Well, good evening everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of the Monday the 20th of March 2023. Let's open the meeting, and an audio recording of this meeting will be made for minute-taking purposes and will last the length of the open meeting. The audio file will be available on the council website. Now we have present today, I'm Bill Coombs, I'm Deputy Mayor. I'm standing in the stead of Mayor Keith Parkes, who is in hospital at the moment but is expected to be home probably by tomorrow or Wednesday. We have councillors Margaret Gardner, Millie Livingston, Craig Maidman, Sue Miller, Lou Nicholson, Peter Oliver, Michael Scott and Christy Thornton. Sorry, I'll get even closer. Is that better? Thank you. All right. Also in attendance today we have Nigel Morris, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Matt Atkinson, who's the Acting General Manager Community, Andy Baker, General Manager of Infrastructure, Trish Kirkland, Acting General Manager Corporate, Tash Hunt, Executive Manager Office of the CEO, Tanya Cregan, Executive Assistants to the Mayor and Council members and the Minute Secretary, and other staff are here as required. Welcome to everyone in the gallery. We have a very full agenda tonight of about 869 pages, so we've got a lot of work to do tonight, and obviously what you're here for, what you're interested in, we'll be dealing with as well. We also have representatives from the Victor Harbour Times, representatives from the Southern Argus, from the Fleurieu Sun, and representative from the South Coast Television. Perhaps I'd like to acknowledge now the traditional owners, the Alexandrina Council and its communities, acknowledge the Narrandjeri, Paramang and Ghana peoples as the traditional custodians of the land and waters of our council district. And could you please stand if you are for the local government prayer. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to grant Thy blessing upon the works of this council. Guide us in our deliberations for the advancement and the true welfare of the people of this district. Thank you. Now we come to the declarations of interest. So if any council member has an interest in a matter before the council, they are asked to disclose the interest to the council and provide full and accurate details of the relevant interest. Members are reminded to declare their interest before each item. So we come to the first item, which is the confirmation of the minutes. These are the minutes of the Alexandrina Council meeting held on the 20th of February 2023, be received as a true and accurate record. Would someone move that? Councillor Gardner? Oh, Councillor Thornton, seconded. Any discussion, questions? Shall I put that? All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. So the second item on our agenda, oh, it's very hard when you're so close, there we go, that's better, is adjourned debates. We've got two items, but we've also got another item at 8.9, which is support for non-council owned ovals and halls. And that in fact was a deferred item from the 19th of December meeting, and it was adjourned to a future meeting. So I'm suggesting that we'll deal with 2.1, 2.2 and then go straight to 8.9. So the first item, the adjourned business, is adjourned debate, Strathalbyn Harness Racing Club, proposal to purchase a portion of land of Lot 10, Langhorne Creek Road, Strathalbyn. Now the motion was adjourned and we did have a information session, and Councillor Miller, you moved the original motion. Do you want to pursue that? And you have already spoken to it? Yeah. Yes, okay.
Excuse me. At this point I'd like to declare a general conflict of interest. Being a life member of the Harness Racing Club, it did come up a couple of times, but I would like to inform the particularly for the interest of the newer members, that under Section 75(3)(a) Part 3 of the Local Government Act, a member of council will not be regarded as having a conflict of interest in a matter to be discussed at a meeting of the council by reason of membership of a community group, sporting club or similar organisation, if the member is not an office holder for the group, club or organisation. That fits me to a T. I have not been a member or office holder of the group since 2015. Okay?
Thank you. So are there other speakers on the motion? Okay. It was seconded by Councillor Thornton. Yep. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. We have two groups with a keen interest in this land at Lot 10. The Southern Harness Racing Club and the Lot 10 Steering Group Committee, representing community sporting and recreation groups. In this chamber, we need to do the most good for the most people. Considering the known difficulties in co-utilisation of the space, I'm currently of the belief that council should hold on to all of the land. This is taking into account if the other community groups do not fit in with the Southern Harness Racing Club, they will not have a sure future. That council could financially benefit from sale of Lot 10. However, there are no current land opportunities to reinvest this money for the other community groups of Strathalbyn. If we decline the offer from the Southern Harness Racing Club, that club does have a greater capacity to consider other private land for purchase. If we decline the offer and we go ahead with the community business case with council funds that have already been allocated, it will take longer, but it will give a stronger opportunity and brighter future to a greater number of community sport and recreation groups for Strathalbyn and Alexandrina as a whole. I do acknowledge that the Southern Harness Racing Club has been a positive driving force in the development of Lot 10 for over 10 years now, and I would like to extend my thanks to them for making the offer and giving council this opportunity to consider multiple options for our community. There has certainly been merit in considering the offer, and my position has taken careful deliberation. I believe that we simply cannot compromise the other sport and recreation groups, however, who are looking for opportunities to grow with the population of Strathalbyn and Alexandrina. I support the recommendations of this motion to proceed with the business case and infrastructure investigation report, noting that this may mean the inclusion or the exclusion of the Southern Harness Racing Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Maitland?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I won't be voting for this. As Councillor Nicholson alluded, this has been going on for 10 years, and there needs to be an outcome. The Harness Club have a memorandum of understanding with the council going back quite some time. I don't know how that will pan out in the future. Just a few things that have come up. There has been sport and recs strategy for Lot 10. There was a Treadwell plan, there was a Harness Racing Club plan, and there was a recent plan by consultants which is going nowhere, because we did hear that it was going to cost upwards of up to $50 million to develop that site. I don't know where that money is going to come from. For several years, in this chamber, we managed to get 100,000 to scope for allocated to scope for utilities, regardless of who goes there. I still think that needs to be done, and even if harness racing doesn't go there, then who will be going there? They'll need that advice and that scoping. Yes, the Harness Racing Club have thought for 10 years that this might be their future home. They don't want all of the land. They'd like to buy all of the land, but that's probably not on the table, because there are lots of other groups involved. They are an incorporated body. They're bound by the Incorporation of Associations Act, and if the land, if in winding up, the land would revert back to the community if they were to go into liquidation, or wind themselves up. they've indicated their intention to have that as a clause in their constitution. They set a deadline because the sale of their land goes through on the 23rd of this month. I don't think that's unreasonable, given that they've had to wait 10 years for an answer from this chamber. So if this is not what this chamber particularly wants at this time, so be it. They'll go to Plan B, and then as that land's been vacant for 30 years now, I can see it being vacant for another 30.
Councillor Gardner.
This has been a long time coming, really, this decision. And from my point of view, this council asked for a steering committee to be formed of the clubs, the sporting clubs. And in their last lot of minutes, they made it clear that they don't want to join with the Strathalbyn Harness Racing Club. So I will be supporting a motion which does not include the Harness Racing Club.
Further speakers? Councillor Scott.
This is not a simple straight up and down thing. We've got various factors here that make it hard. Councillor Maidment said it's been going for 30 years. I think that adds to the visionary situation that the council all those years ago bought this land with a view to it being a future recreation ground. The problem as I see it is we've got one group, which the Harness Racing Club, which in anyone's language occupy a very substantial footprint on any piece of ground. They also have a considerable amount of money behind them now, having sold their property. On the other hand, we have sporting groups who want to be out there, who basically have, broadly speaking, little or no money. And therefore we have this great contrast between the haves and the have-nots, and how we're going to achieve that. It's unfortunate that we're sort of potentially, we've got to obviously make a decision on this, but it's not easy, and it's not easy for smaller clubs to raise money to put in facilities. Facilities now are very expensive, and the expectation is that they'll be very good. So we are in a real bind, and we know what our ratepayers don't want us to do, and that is spend more money unnecessarily than we have to. So it's a very difficult situation, and one that is I think hard to make a decision that is going to satisfy everybody. I don't think we'll ever do that, but I know that the smaller groups are concerned about being, perhaps shall we say, in the shadow of the Harness Racing Club. And we also have to bear in mind that harness racing is not as popular as it used to be. There used to be country meetings, there'd be 5 country meetings in a town. Now you're lucky to get one. And so the world has changed considerably. So these are factors we've all got to consider.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No? Councillor Miller, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I would. Thank you. I just would speak to Councillor Maidment's point about the Memorandum of Understanding, and I will quote from it. While it is intended that any discussions, documents or recommendations that come about as a result of this will inform any relevant or future land division or DPA, Council is under no obligation to implement or include any such information in any draft DPA or future land division, and the SHRC has no right to control or direct that the Council do so. There's quite a few things in here, but the SRC acknowledged that this agreement confers no rights whatsoever upon any person in respect of the future division, development or ownership of the land. The Council must deal with any development application in respect of the land or any part thereof in accordance with the usual Development Act, and it cannot and will not accord any person, including the SHRC, any preferential treatment whatsoever. And now I'll just close the debate. Thank you.
I won't revisit what I said in the last council meeting or the 10 questions of clarification I asked that remain unanswered. That clearly to me only a business case will answer. I thank Nick from the Strathalbyn Soccer Club and Taz from the Strathalbyn Camp Draft for their deputations last meeting. The soccer club has over 200 playing members and said that some of their challenges arise from being on land that is in private ownership and control. He wants Lot 10 played smartly. They can't be in the middle of a harness racing track because light towers are not allowed in the middle of harness racing tracks. Tas McEwen, you may recall, also spoke of camp drafting being the fastest growing horse sport in Australia, and also the limitations and challenges in being on private land. Tas spoke of how when you have an all-purpose horse arena or areas, you can have complementary activities such as camp drafting, carriage driving, horses in action, livestock arenas, tent pegging, working dogs. None of these are compatible within a harness racing tracks as examples or even as neighbours in close proximity. All are primary producer-based sports to an extent, and the North Ward has a high percentage of primary producers. Both Nick and Taz spoke to the broad state and interstate appeal of their sports and the economic benefits they bring beyond traditional sports. There are many interested groups, and not just sporting or equestrian, who are watching and waiting to see what happens with the SHRC. I thank you all for unanimously supporting the review of by the CEO of confidentiality orders. You clearly appreciate the public interest outweighed retaining any information in confidence. The 19th of April 21 report and attachments have already done much of this investigative work around what could happen at this site and the future sale of it. We are at the business case pointy end in time, the go, no-go point. I am delighted there is now a much greater awareness that progress of this site for our community is worthy of stronger advocacy in the Chamber, so that more evenly balanced, factual and unbiased consideration can occur in order to get the best and highest value outcome for our community, whatever that may be. The work of the steering group must not continue to be glossed over. I just want to remind you all that not long after the project steering group was established and the SHRC did not express any interest in being part of that group, those who expressed an interest were written to and invited to submit their land space requirements, membership and information along those lines. That informed the work of the hemisphere design that cost Council $20,000 and the concept plan which was presented to Council last year. I was delighted that this work was shared in our briefing last Tuesday. You all finally were able to see just how cohesively and multi-dimensional Lot 10 can be without a harness racing track taking up so much of the footprint. The project steering group's design demonstrated a collaborative, cohesive, shared use outcome. The next obvious step was and is a business case. That business case can include the SHRC or any stakeholders not in the current project steering group, who I am so very certain will come forward to indicate their interest in using facilities the project steering group members create. They just are not comfortable with a management model that has the SHRC calling the shots. The $4 million of the SHRC is blinding many at the expense of the other user groups and broader community. The SHRC then asked to be included again. They were asked to present, and the council parachuted them back in. I was either in the gallery for the public council decisions or an observer at the steering group meeting. I sat in that September 2022 steering group meeting and watched as the SHRC said in one breath, "We will work with you," and in the next listed all their non-negotiables. Councillor Nicholson put it beautifully last meeting. A small group of people, 40 members if that, with the biggest amount of money. What could have been added was in the fastest declining industry. I am not having a swipe at SHRC, I am just stating facts from their own reports. After that meeting, I had a call from the SHRC president telling me that they are not interested in working with the other groups. They will go their own way. Let's also be clear, they are not funding any other sporting groups, space or infrastructure. They have stated that's council's role or the individual group's responsibility. There are many incompatible elements. They also want council to fund the power, sewer, water, etc. And if you read all the attachments to the 19th of April 2021 now released item, you'll perhaps have growing reservations, as I did and do. This year there is $100,000 in the annual
Councillor Miller,
yes.
We're getting close.
I know,
Are
I'm
you
nearly
close
done.
to the end?
I'm nearly done, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will speed along. And in the last 3 weeks, I've spoken to all representatives of the project steering group, except the RV members. I've spoken to all of them want a business case to fundraise, budget and or plan ahead to determine their own plans and pursue funding opportunities as they arise. A staged approach is given. They are well aware of council's budget pressures and are not asking for any money immediately. There's also the Sporting and Rec Strategy and Facilities Development Plan yet to be realised, which always gets referred to when we talk about the pool or basketball, but where we're about to lose or sell control of a significant piece of zoned recreational land, crickets, I don't understand. I just need about 30 more seconds, Your Worship, and I hope the deputies get reminded about how much time they've got. So on Thursday the 9th of March I attended a Sporting and Community Infrastructure Local Government Forum. It addressed community hubs, shared use facilities, governance models at Norwood Oval. What I heard made me even more nervous about the Harness Racing Club's capacity, capability and willingness to manage multi-stakeholder and government relations. It's also very clear the challenges faced by councils who don't own and control land upon which such pursuits are conducted. If you've read the BDO cost-benefit analysis report attached to the 19th of April, you'll see what the best options are. In closing, please don't underestimate the community interest in this. It is not only the SRC who want a decision, it's many other user groups who I think you will find come forward and support their work once they know. It is why I moved a very definitive motion. We only get 12 meetings a year, Your Worship, and I intend to be a decision maker at those 12 meetings. And I seek your support for this decision and that the business case is expedited and not delayed. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. That closes the debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? I declare that carried. Members of the gallery, we've got 2 more items to do and then we'll get into the deputation, so if you just bear with us. So item 2.2 is also an adjourned debate on Lot 10 Langhorne Creek Road Project Steering Group Highlights Report, and it was moved by Councillor Miller. We've had an information night. Does anyone wish to speak on this one? Okay, well, you might want to sum up.
No, thank you, Your Worship. This is just noting the minutes of that steering group meeting, so I'm very comfortable that we don't speak anymore on this.
Okay, well that closes the debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Okay, so if we go to 8.9, which is on page... I'm nearly there. Here we go. 8.9, support for non-council owned ovals and halls. It was moved by Councillor Miller and what was No, the motion wasn't seconded, but you did speak to it. And the one that you moved was number 1. That was considering the 17,634 distributed evenly amongst community-owned and managed halls and ovals. Is there a seconder for that motion? A question?
I want to declare a conflict of interest, not on anything that's in that, but in something that I'm about to say.
A general?
Pardon?
A general conflict?
Yes, in relation to an oval. So either I say it now or at your discretion, but it's in relation to this motion.
Do it now.
And I'm frankly trying to get down to 8.9 on this thing, but...
It's on page 496.
496, is it?
Yep.
But there are a number of ovals and a number of halls that are mentioned. And one that is missing is the oval complex or the grounds complex of the Strathalbyn Polo and Recreation Ground. Now there is possibly a misconception that's privately owned. It's not privately owned at all. It was left to the community of Strathalbyn by Sir Lancelot Sterling and 2 other residents 120 years, 15 years ago. And a small group comprising some trustees, which I'm one, and that's why I declared a conflict of interest, but I think it's fair for the community, and I think that it is not unreasonable that that ground be included within the distribution of these funds.
Okay, could I just, sorry,
Right,
could I
right.
just stop you there, because you're declaring a conflict of interest. We don't have a seconder yet for that motion, so I think I should call for a seconder first.
Apologies.
Is someone prepared to second that motion? Seconder, Councillor Scott. Would you like to continue now as a seconder?
Well, just to further explain that it has been there for the community to use. It is used by a range of groups. The name polo, polo's hardly ever played there now. It is more a recreation ground, in which we have the Strathalbyn Pony Club, dressage clubs, show jumping clubs, the soccer club, and various other incidental groups. It is also a bushfire refuge, and was used heavily during the Cuddly Creek fires, and they just have been working for years and years just trying to keep that oval going and that complex going for the community, and I think it's not unreasonable that it be included in this distribution of funds which are to go to community owned halls and ovals, because it actually is owned by the community of Strathalbyn.
I'm just seeking some advice whether it's something that we can include, and if it can, it would need the mover to agree to that as well. So just bear with me. So I'm not sure whether we should consider that as an amendment or a variation. But is the mover prepared to include that? You are. Okay, that's included then. Is that the right Strathalbyn Polo and Recreation Ground? Okay. All right, I'll call for further speakers. Councillor Oliver.
These funds appear to be surplus to the budget allocation. Nobody has actually asked for them to be given to their ground that I'm aware of. Council's operations are in a significant position of deficit, so I personally believe that we should save the money or spend it on areas of need. So I do think the opportunity is there for management or administration to go away and assess each of their grounds and see if any of them need the money, but if they don't need the money, I would like us to keep it. Thank you.
Okay. Further speakers? Councillor Maiden?
I'd agree with that statement from Councillor Oliver. So how would you get that put into the motion? Because there's some groups here that don't need it.
Could I suggest that it might be a foreshadowed motion, because it's more than a variation?
Okay.
So if this motion fails, perhaps we'll then ask you to move that as a foreshadowed motion? Okay, further speakers? Councillor Gardner.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Oliver and Councillor Maidman. I would prefer to see that money go into council for the time being, and if there is a possibility of other groups really needing it, then maybe we consider it. But frankly, I'd rather not spend that money at the moment.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Thornton.
I think that community groups really do need to be valued and helped out where possible. So I agree that some of them may need the money. So if there is room for them to apply to need it, or if we can have conversations with them on whether they do need it or not, I'm for both arguments.
Okay. Any final speakers? If not, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I accept what everyone has said here. I also found it interesting that staff time was costed out on this one. These groups don't apply because there seems to be an assessment. If you can afford to do it yourselves, then you should. And that's not always the case. Sometimes there are community sponsors and donors who are doing it because they don't get any support from council. But these are significant. And I'm delighted that Councillor Scott mentioned the Strath Polo grounds because that is active every weekend. There's very few times when there is not something going on there. Our other community donation program is so much less transparent than what I'm asking here, and that's why I've been asked for it to be included later on in the audit plan. I will go with the majority of what the Chamber decides, but I just want you to keep in mind that these groups just need to be enabled. They're not, they often are, well, they're all volunteer-led, and they do the heavy lifting and take the burden off council having to do the work that these halls do and ovals do. And they often have, it's just a small recognition of this work, and all they'd need to do is fill out a community donations application form, which is happening a little bit later on in this agenda. So, yes, I thank you for considering this, and that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, that closes the debate. So the recommendation is that 17,634 be distributed amongst 4 ovals and 10 halls. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Oh, thank you very much. The vote is tied, so there's 4 in favour and 4 against, which means that I now get a casting vote. I've got to admit, having worked with a number of these ovals and halls, they are always struggling to raise money for their activities, chook raffles and the like. And this 17,000 was earmarked for other grants and what have you. It wasn't used. So from my point of view, I think it would be beneficial if those halls and ovals were to benefit by a small amount. It's only a matter now with extra one about $1,200 odd each, and I think that will be very good for each of those. So my vote is in favour of that motion. I declare it carried. Okay. Well, that deals with the deferred motions that we had to do. Unfortunately, our meeting procedures are that if anything's deferred, then it's one of the first items we have to consider at the next meeting. But we now come to the deputations, and we go back to... Sorry, I'll just find the page. There we go. Now we did have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a deputation on affordable and social housing, which has been deferred, and if you heard her voice tonight, you'd understand why. She sounded terrible. So could I invite Miss Dawn Birkett from the Goolwa Hockey Club to come forward and make a presentation? And Dawn, will you need 5 minutes or will you need more? Okay, so at this stage we'll time you to 5 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
And there may be some questions from council members afterwards.
Yeah, fantastic. I hope so.
Okay, go ahead.
Very pleased to hear that last agenda item was passed as well, so being a small community group. Good evening to everybody. I've just come to the Chamber today to bring to the forefront of the committee's mind and the community's mind the Goolwa Hockey Club and our future. As you know, the Precinct has been a large development within the community over the last 3 years. And unfortunately it's not very beneficial for us as a hockey club. We've been part of the community for 30 years. We've shared the oval with the football club. Unfortunately that is not a great playing surface for hockey. By the end of the year the oval is quite torn up and it creates a dangerous playing surface for hockey, which is obviously then dangerous for children that are playing. Balls lift off the ground more regularly than they do. Right now, the Goolwa oval surface is in really mint condition, and we're so pleased that council are doing such a great job of maintaining that field, because it is a lot better than it used to be. But come July, halfway through our season, that becomes dangerous. About a year ago, I had a casual conversation with somebody that said to me, the squeaky wheel never gets the grease. Sorry, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Goolwa has sat back quietly, watching this development happen at the precinct in support of cricket and football, netball and tennis, without many benefits to us as a club. We've had statements go undocumented in 2019, which is a mistake on the behalf of our past committee members, but there's plenty of people that are aware that during the beginnings of that process, Goolwa was asked to take part in this adventure and to develop this ground with an understanding that our club's development was important and assured in the future. So we've been here since 1991. We started off at the school's oval. We then went to Victor Harbour and shared a field with them, to then come back to the Goolwa Oval and share there. We've been part of a tin shed that we've had our club rooms in for many years. We're now obviously moved into the precinct, which we're doing this year, which is very exciting, but the actual oval and the precinct building itself isn't large enough to accommodate all of the clubs that are in there. Our storage space isn't enough. I'm not sure what we're actually going to do with half of the equipment we've had to build for storage and, canteens and all that kind of stuff that we've had to do over the year, all that stuff. We're not sure exactly what we're going to do with that, and as well as the equipment that we have. To set up our oval each week, we have to drag out four goals that weigh 150 kilos each. We do that on a car wheel axle, which has a frame, and we physically drag those out across the oval each week. We are the only hockey club within the state that has to share with another winter sport, let alone football. Our fields are 5 metres short in length and 6 metres wide. So that's 12 metres that we're missing on the width of our fields, so 6 on each field and 5 on each field in length. That makes a big difference to a game, especially when we're going to compete in things like Masters and other major events that we go to as a club. The playing surface is one of our major concerns. Sorry, I'm skipping through to make sure I stay within the 5 minutes. We also take out 2 tech benches, which weigh about 160 kilos, and that's to look after our volunteers that sit out in the rain while we get to run around and play. So in closing, really what we're hoping to do is to have further discussions and meetings with council. Now that the precinct development is coming to an end, we'd like to have further discussions and have actually some planning and structure in place with where to next for Goolwa Hockey Club. Like I said, we've always made it quite known within council that we would like our own playing surface, willing to share with other community sports, community in general, but we do want to develop our club. And currently, when you are a hockey club that plays on a football oval, you're very hidden. There's nothing about that precinct that states hockey, apart from a small sign down a back street, pegged up on the sign amongst all the other clubs that are there. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I feel like we're not being heard, we're not being chased or brought anything to our attention. Has been said to me that once this precinct was built, that Goolwa would then receive funding towards that. We are raising money and we're in a better financial position than we've ever been. Not that that's great, but we are definitely working towards being able to contribute to this facility. We don't expect council to put everything in. There are grants available, and yeah, we're hoping that council can, after this at least, meet with us to put a plan in place to find a space where we can develop a safe playing field and build our sport within the community. We also have walking hockey for anybody that's played hockey in the past and want to come out and can't necessarily run around anymore, come and see us during summer, come and see us in winter. We can give you all the information about it. And we are a premiership club too. Just want to say that we've won 3 premierships in a row, so go us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dawn. And you're actually president of the Goolwa Hockey Club as well.
Correct.
And you had 6 minutes.
Oh, 6. Sorry.
Are there any questions, council members? Councillor Oliver?
Thank you for your presentation and your contribution and your success.
Thank you.
What kind of playing surface are you looking for, and where would you see that being, and is there room in the current precinct for it?
Ideally, for hockey, majority of the hockey fields within, we're actually the last grass association within this state. So ideally, a turf playing field or surface is what we would like, but we just want our own place where we can stand out within the community. Originally, it was out at Goolwa North, and when that was part of the development plan, there was space there to be able to develop 2 fields for us and to have the correct size fields. So, you know, out there would absolutely be spectacular. We have, ideally, somewhere on a main road, so, you know, on the main road coming in near the school, you know, somewhere where we can have a big sign up that says hockey, so we can encourage kids to come and play an alternative sport. Kids that our sport is very inclusive, and some other sports aren't quite as inclusive as ours, unfortunately. There is an expectation of winning. We don't have that expectation. We just want to include kids and get them out running around and making sure they feel included, safe and confident in themselves.
Any further questions? Councillor Scott?
I spoke to some of your members last year, and I was very impressed with your success. You've been a very successful club from what I can make out.
Yep.
And I think you just said 3. I knew there were several premierships, 3 in a row. At this stage, I mean, we start talking about greenfield sites, that's serious money. Mm-hmm. But in the short term, I just wondered whether you'd consider, say, something like the Port Elliot Showgrounds, which is already used by the school during working days and up till 5 o'clock at night. And on weekends, it is not being used, and it is an increasingly improved surface area and can be improved still more. And it may get you a home for a while until we've got the big bickies to create a whole new oval, you know, at North Goolwa. But I just throw that in as a suggestion.
Sure, and we have considered that in the past about moving, but Goolwa is where we started and Goolwa is where we'd like to stay. We have developed a community here. Some of our players actually do live in town. They've grown up here and they still come back to, you know, Goolwa to play. So this is where we would like to stay. It's disappointing to hear that there's so many places available in Strathalbyn but none here in Goolwa. So to be able to provide an extra space within the community for sport, leisure, dog walking, whatever that might be, I think is a beneficial thing for the community.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll keep this really quick. I was delighted to see your deputation on this agenda because, as it happened when I was researching about Lot 10, I stumbled across this report from 21st of October 2019, and in that it talks about your feedback to the public consultation, and I brought it along with me tonight for other reasons, but I'm going to speak to it tonight. So the Goolwa North development, I understand, was considered an option for you, but it was going to take too long and it would delay progress of the Goolwa's precinct, is that my understanding?
So the precinct was going to move out to Goolwa North.
But then because of the time that would take, they decided to invest in the Goolwa complex.
I'm not sure of what the decision was, to bring it back to the precinct. Okay. I do believe it is in those minutes, but and then there was the Goolwa open space and recreation strategy that was developed at that time, and I was looking at that for other reasons too. But I think what you've done tonight gives more weight to it's an open space and recreation strategy and facilities development plan that I understand is in the draft budget, which will go out for consultation. So I'd just encourage you to make a submission when the draft annual business plan comes out for public consultation, because I think a voice does need to be for these other groups that are not football, cricket, correct,
those big, sports, but you have peak sporting bodies that have strategic plans that align with state plans, that align with national, and that's where you get, when you've got alignment all the way through, your chances of getting funding are so much more improved.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I congratulate you on making a deputation.
Thank you. Just if I could just, note quickly, in that in those minutes that you were discussing, it was recommended that further investigation and planning be undertaken to provide a suitable playing surface for Goolwa Hockey Club in those minutes. And I encourage any of the committee members to please go back and read those. That was from Monday the 19th of August in 2019, and there are some from October 2019 as well, which there are statements, and I'm happy to pass those on to any body that would like to, not have to research through the whole lot, but having there's a lot in there that actually weighs towards looking at a future for Goolwa Hockey Club in another area.
Okay, any final questions? No? Thank you, Dawn, for your presentation.
You're welcome. I look forward to hearing from you.
Could I now invite Mr Jim Davis on behalf of the Friends of the Paddle Steamer Oscar W to make a deputation regarding the Goolwa Wharf Precinct Revitalisation Project. Welcome, Jim. I think you know the rules. Will you be done in 5?
I will do my best, but I note there that you're given some latitude, and I ask for that similar latitude. Thank you, Bill. And first, could I make a request of the elected members? Could you consider, when it gets round to the notice of motions, of bringing the item of the Oscar W to be the first one to be discussed, because there are many people here that have come to listen to that. So could I ask the elected members to think about that on your agenda? But I'm here to talk about 38 years in 5 minutes. In 1985, Tourism SA bought the Oscar W off the Captain Moritz, and the boat was languishing at Murray Bridge. SA Tourism bought it after some prodding and ideas put to them by the Bicentenary Committee here in Goolwa, which at that time was being chaired by Tom Chapman. They then, when they secured the boat, they had to get it seaworthy and bring it down the Goolwa. This was achieved by engaging Jock Vinstra, who we all know, who went up, got the boat seaworthy, brought it down the Goolwa. Then we had the commencement in 1988, so that's 35 years ago, of the Friends of the Oscar W. And tonight I see here the man that drove it in the beginning, older, but Rowley Bart there. And Rowley got his Friends of Oscar W going, and they commenced the long, arduous job of bringing the boat up to the goal of what's called survey standard. Now, along with that, the community then got behind it. Sausage sizzles, raffles, donations. The Lions Club raised, Margaret here was a member of that club, thousands of dollars. My own Rotary Club raised thousands of dollars. The Apex Club, which is no longer, but raised thousands of dollars. And even groups like the Quilters of the South Coast made quilts to raise money for the Oscar. Also at that stage, a Section 41 committee was put together, which are no longer applicable, which meant that they had to have a councillor on the committee. And the first councillor was Councillor Jeff Martin, who represented Port Elliot, which is that small place down the coast from here. Then in 2003, I joined the council, and I became the council rep on the Friends of the Oscar W. And at that time, we were on making many submissions to federal, state and SA Tourism for money. And we managed to battle through and get funding. A lot of it was dollar for dollar. And then of course the community coming in. But the major goal was to get the survey for the boat. And that survey was the goal and the aim behind everything. But during the course to achieve that, A new boiler went into the boat in the 90s. They had to have new ribs put in the boat. And then I remember going in the early 2000s, along with Rowley and a few others, up to Manham, where they were putting new planking on the hull, and to see how they steamed it and then bent it on. So funds brought it there, and then we came to the point of view of that magic year 2008. Magic for two reasons. One, it was the 100th birthday of the Oscar W, built in 1908. Secondly, we got the survey standard. That then meant the boat then could take passengers and could do charters, and it then started to become self-funding and self-generating. And the boat, since then, there's been a truck bought for the wood ferries. There's a new log splitter been bought for the wood ferries. There's been many other lots of equipment and many repairs done, all paid for out of funds raised by these friends of the Oscar W. During that course of time, there are some people here, and very briefly, Captain Errol over there, been involved right from the beginning. I mentioned Rowley Bartlett. There's another lady here that was a secretary, Christina Somerville. Her input over many, many years, and many other people like Dave Finney, the engineer, Crossy over here at the moment. The new tubes that had to be put in. It's really been, the boat has been a community effort in many, many ways. I just mentioned one particular group. I said the wood fairies. What they do is they collect the wood, bring it to the depot, they then cut it into size to be able to go into the boiler, and they store it. And out of the depot, there are hundreds of tons of the stuff. But that's just one small group of what this community has done for the Oscar W. Finally, the word wharf. Right? We're talking about the Goolwa Wharf. A wharf is a structure on the ocean or the sea or a river at which a ship or a craft ties up to load and unload goods and passengers. So that's there. And finally, if I may, Goolwa here, we have a flag. There's our flag, and you note on the flag what's in the middle. Sorry, it's sinking. What's in the middle? So that's how important that boat is to this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Members, are there any questions of Jim Davis? You've done well. Oh, Councillor Oliver.
I'd just like to thank you for your presentation and your valuable insights, and most of all, I'd like to thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you very much, Peter. I wish you well, councillors, in what's going to be an awkward deliberation. I wish you well.
Thank you for your presentation, Jim. Could I now call on Mr. Steve Ramsey from the Wharf Barrel Shed to make a deputation regarding the Goolwa Wharf Precinct Revitalisation Project. Welcome, Steve. I think you know the rules. 5 minutes if you could. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and for receiving yet another deputation from us. It's disappointing that I must again attend your meeting to defend the interests of my business. I will seek your indulgence for extra time for my presentation. Thank you.
Will you need the full 10 minutes?
Yes.
Look, I better put that to the members. Members, are you happy for Mr. Ramsey to go for 10 minutes? All those in favour?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. I think it is fair because there are 2 presentations for the Oscar W, so that's Thank you. I had trusted after the last meeting of council that we were finally able to move on as a community and progress the redevelopment of the Wharf rather than meet further roadblocks in the form of this, the 5th or 6th rescind motion. Unfortunately, that's not the case, as a small group of people in the community continue to spread lies and intimidate members of council and the community. Their actions are turning... Excuse me.
Could I ask the gallery, please, don't make any comments. Just let Mr Ramsey have his 10 minutes.
Their actions are turning members of our community against one another. We see and hear evidence of this almost every day, and somehow my business is now painted as a villain in this long drawn-out saga. You couldn't imagine some of the offensive mistruths being peddled by this group, and we know who they are. I'm particularly disturbed by the treatment of some of our young staff who have been angrily confronted by some older people, and I'm an older person, but some older people when visiting the supermarket, for no other reason than the fact that they work for the Wharf Barrel Shed. This is totally unacceptable and is not the Goolwa I thought I knew. We have a generational opportunity to develop Goolwa's Wharf into a world-class tourism attraction, built on preserving and promoting our great heritage assets. Council has won Commonwealth and state government funding to repair the Wharf and Wharf Shed, both being at risk of collapse. These funds are also to develop the Wharf Precinct so this largely undiscovered gem can attract larger numbers of tourists, which mean much greater investment in the town and region. This emphasis on economic growth is an essential outcome that we must achieve from this funding. It will mean more jobs, especially for our young residents, greater opportunities for businesses to grow and expand their products, and attract new business and services to the town. It will be a boom for the accommodation and hospitality providers. Everyone will benefit. To make this a reality, the expert tourism architects outlined several key developments in the plan that are essential to put Goolwa Wharf on the tourist map in a major way. We put trust in their professional knowledge and experience to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unfortunately, there are a few who oppose the change, claiming our heritage tourism is under attack and that the iconic Oscar W will disappear when they move just 10 metres south of the current location. Nothing's further from the truth. Under the plan, the rebuilt Wharf Shed will be safe and it will accommodate the Oscar W at the southern end of the shed. All of their required activities have been accommodated in this space. This means the Oscar W will have a total of 102.4 square metres, made up of 4 bays in the shed, plus the new purpose-built adjoining workshop area. The minor relocation of the boat is essential for both its own safety and that of the Spirit of the Coorong. Moving a few metres south also means it's more visible for passengers arriving on the steam train and further incentive for the steam-to-steam ticket purchase. I attended a meeting with the architects and representatives of the volunteers who indicated that the plan that they viewed looked acceptable. Many of the volunteers with whom we regularly communicate are also positive about the plan and indicated a desire to just get on with the development. Another key aspect of the plan is to locate a high visitation business at the northern end of the shed. The Wharf Barrel Shed is open 7 days, attracts large numbers of visitors and can retain them throughout the day and into the evening due to its hospitality offering and vibrancy. We attract people. The northern end of the shed also provides a sheltered environment which allows for more outdoor dining than in the more exposed southern end of the shed. The proposed indoor space is 6 bays or 105.6 square metres. That's just 3.2 square metres more than the Oscar W allocation. 3.2 square metres. This space is needed to cater for the expected increase in visitors to the wharf. The Wharf Barrel Shed can currently accommodate just 20 patrons inside, but with the proposed increased area can accommodate 60 patrons indoors out of the weather. It will also allow for a proper kitchen at our expense, which will enable an expanded casual menu. The Wharf Barrel Shed is an attraction in its own right for locals and tourists alike. It's a popular meeting place, a place to entertain friends, enjoy local food, wine, beer and entertainment, or sit with a coffee and take the magical views and history of the Precinct in. They can plan their Goolwa regional activities and have a place to wait for their trip while they wait for the trip on the Oscar W, Cockle Train, Spirit of the Coorong or other adventures. It's our intention to create a space reflective of the Wharf's history and heritage. The shed will continue with its rustic appearance and showcase the Wharf's proud heritage with historical photos and memorabilia. Our relationship with the Oscar W is of course important for the success of our respective businesses and for the plan to succeed. So too will be our close relationship with the other businesses on the Wharf and with the Interpretive Centre at Signal Point. Together we all meet the economic growth objectives of the funding agreements. We're proud of our ability to attract and retain people at the Wharf. We're excited about the future, but we need the 6 bays to realise this. Like all businesses, we need to grow in order to survive in a difficult trading environment. The constant changes to the plan do not allow for any long-term planning and haven't for the past 3 years. So your vote tonight is critical for the plan to deliver on all the gains that this exciting project offers for Goolwa and the region. Alternatively, maintaining the status quo will do little more than achieve a repaired wharf and shed. There are serious consequences for us all if Council again backflip on the decisions you have already made. A lot of people, not just those here tonight, are watching the outcome. I'm informed by the project team that any more changes to the plan will result in further delays in progressing the project and will incur further cost blowouts. The other levels of government will be keen to see that their objectives have been funded for economic growth and that they are supported by Council. Local businesses expect to see leadership and integrity in the decision making for the benefit of the whole community and not simply a select group of interest groups. Many have expressed concern about the treatment of our business over the past 3 years and wonder how their own business will fare with Council in the future. You have a chance to draw a line in the sand and show that this new Council acts with integrity, with vision and with decisiveness. Regular supporters of our business who follow this project closely are very interested in the outcome of the vote. That includes over 7,000 social media followers and over 1,500 financial members. We've got a lot of support in the town too. You were elected to lead the community to understand all the issues and to act wisely in the best interests of the community. To assist your decision making, you have access to professional, independent advice, which is based on many years of experience from your own staff and from the specialist consultants you have employed. Their opinions are based on evidence, facts and knowledge, which should not be cast aside for the sake of emotion. Should Council again decide to rescind previous motions and decisions, it will reflect on all of you and reinforce a growing negative view of our Council, one of being too influenced by intimidation. In closing, Goolwa needs a wine bar, and if the redeveloped Wharf is to succeed as a major tourism destination, it needs a business like ours to service those who explore and enjoy the Wharf. We provide a vibe that promotes a positive image of the town. We help create an active, engaged and energetic community, rather than just being seen as a backwater. Despite the propaganda that's been circulated, we continue to be supporters of the Oscar W. It's a loved community asset which reflects the heritage of the town and the river. We all want to retain that and ensure it can continue to grow as a tourism attraction because we all benefit from that. We're confident this will happen when they are housed in the southern end of the Wharf shed, where its new premises are purpose-built for them. Please vote for the Goolwa Wharf redevelopment plan to be enacted in its current form for the growth of Goolwa and the surrounding region. Now, nothing personal is meant here, but I hope we don't need to catch up again for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Members, are there any questions? Councillor Thornton?
I just want to say thank you for coming and talking to us today, and I can appreciate that having your livelihood up in the air for this long would be stressful. So thank you for coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Oliver?
Thanks, Steve, for your presentation. I'd just like to note that I do go to the Wharf Barrel Shed and I enjoy it very much. Thank you for creating such a wonderful venue, and I hope that'll continue in the future. Thank you for your patience and perseverance during this very long process, and I certainly acknowledge what you said about the frustration. I understand that. I just have a couple of questions for you. This has been a moving target over the last few years. Who gets what space, what end, whatever. It's constantly moving. 2 or 3 years ago when it started, what was your expectation as to what amount of space in the shed you would end up with? And secondly, a challenging question, what's wrong with a 50-50 split to you on the number of bays? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. First question about 3 years ago. If we go back even further, 8 years ago we came to the shed, nearly 9 years ago, and it was quickly established that our popularity had outgrown the small shed that we had, and we began negotiations with the Oscar W at that point about getting access to one more bay, and we continued to try and negotiate that for many years without any conceding of space to us. So this has been an ongoing saga for a lot longer than's recorded in the minutes here. 2 or 3 years ago, we would have hoped to have got 6 bays because we believe that's what we need to do to be able to put a kitchen in and to be able to accommodate the many. Look, I'm hoping there'll be thousands of people visiting each week to the Wharf, and to do that you need to have services down there that can accommodate them. It's not okay, I don't think, for people to come down there and have to sit out in the rain or the cold like they currently do have to. So I'm really disappointed that up until now we've had to turn lots of people away because the weather just can't allow them inside. Sorry, your second question was? My second question, to challenge your thinking, is what's wrong with the 50-50 split based on the number of bays? Okay. Well, I appreciate that some people would view fair as being a 50-50 split of space. To me, I run a business. Fair is what is the space that's required to do the work that you're there to do. Now, as I said in my presentation, the architects met with the Oscar W, heard what their needs were and designed in 4 bays an adequate place for them to operate their services. So to me, that is the fair allocation. Beyond that, there's another 2 bays that have been built. So if we're talking about the actual number of bays that are available down there now, it's actually 12 bays, not 10. So the fair split is 6 all. So maybe we could store some of our gear in the Oscar W's workshop area. I don't know, like if we're talking about fairness.
Any further questions? Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I found my question that I actually wanted to ask Jim, but I'll just put it out there because listening to the deputations, to the earlier deputation and the ones last time, if you listen to those for the first time, you'd think that the Oscar had been removed by council for good. And I don't understand why that is still being perpetuated, and so I understand why you use the word propaganda and some of the other strong language that you used, because as a new council member I am struggling with this position that is being taken and the information that's being put out, and so I'm looking forward to the next deputy giving me something new to work with. I just wanted to quote one line. Council has a roadmap to revitalisation placemaking strategy that was prepared in late 2020. That identified that the Goolwa Wharf, and I'm quoting, is an underutilised, inactive and undiscovered precinct. It lacks suitable event and property infrastructure, caters only to peak season activation, does not have a curated program of events, diverse range of hospitality offerings or tourism product on offer, and it lacks in brand identity and community. It follows that wholesale change is needed. What's being proposed isn't wholesale change, so I'm just having trouble following, this argy-bargy. I've been over it so many times, I'm just almost, I don't know what to think.
Thanks, Councillor. Welcome to our world. Yeah. I don't know how I can respond to that other than I agree.
Any final questions? No. Thank you, Steve, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Could I now invite Janne Harris on behalf of the Friends of the Oscar W as volunteer coordinator of the Goolwa Riverboat Centre for her deputation. Janne, I think you know the rules.
I know the rules. Thank
Okay,
you.
go for it.
Thank you very much. My name's Janne Harris. This is my offsider, Kevin Cross, one of the skippers of the Oscar W. For the past 8 years, I've volunteered for the Friends of the Oscar W on their committee and in the management of the Goolwa Riverboat Centre. Prior to retirement, I worked as a pharmacy manager in various businesses in Queensland and Mount Barker. In 2015, recently retired, my daily walk found me at the Goolwa Wharf, admiring the beautiful old paddle steamer Oscar W. I've never been a boaty person, but I was enthralled by the sight of her and enthused by the number of volunteers working on her decks. I marched into the Riverboat Centre, filled in the forms and became a friend and a council volunteer. Not long after, my retail experience was recognised and I found myself managing the Riverboat Centre. This involves procuring and training new volunteers, creating the monthly rosters and stocking the Riverboat Centre as required by the council staff. My team of volunteers sell souvenirs and the most popular Oscar W branded clothing, shirts, wind cheaters and caps. We also sell tickets on cruising days. The value of our labour that we donate to council every year in the Riverboat Centre is over $85,000. Prior to the opening of the Riverboat Centre, volunteers sold tickets for the cruising from a card table on the wharf, and days when the boat was open to the public as a static display, the volunteers sat out their shift in the boat's saloon. Over the past 15 years, the Goolwa Riverboat Centre and volunteers have provided thousands of visitors to Goolwa and the Goolwa Wharf Precinct with historical information and exhibits of a once flourishing riverboat trade. We have shared our passion, knowledge and expertise to the visitors and supported the history of the river and riverboats past and present. Prior to COVID, I had 22 volunteers who manned the Riverboat Centre 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. COVID made life difficult for all volunteer groups and we weren't exempted, losing several volunteers and then only opening on Wednesdays and weekends. Wednesdays are working bee days and one can only admire the guys and the ladies who turn up every week, rain, hail or shine, to keep Oscar W in great working condition. Likewise, the Riverboat Centre volunteers love what they do. They especially enjoy escorting families of overseas tourists onto Oscar. Usually they've never seen a paddle steamer before and they are in awe of her size and the workings in the engine room. Our volunteers are all well informed about the origins and history of Oscar W, receiving a copy to read of our wonderful book, Flanders Fields and Paddle Stills, available at sale at Riverboat Centre when it's open again. This was written by our local historian and former councillor Frank Tuckwell. Not many people would be aware that the Friends host many local primary school visits. When school buses shuttle the excited kiddies down to the wharf for a short cruise on Oscar, and our esteemed historian and patron Rolly Bartlett, OAM, educates the children about the paddle steamers and boat building which took place in their town in the early days. With the opening of the new Goolwa High School, we hope to extend this to the older children, maybe a future captain firemen or deck crew will emerge from these sessions. Up to 30 children are seated in the riverboat centre at a time for this, and when they depart for a cruise, they delight in watching the paddle wheel turning. They ask endless questions of the crew, and they crowd around watching the firemen stoke the flames. They truly are a delight to observe. This is the only display in Goolwa's riverport history that they can touch. They can hear the whistle blow. They hear and they watch the steady thrumming of the engine and the splash of the paddle wheels as they turn. And they smell the smoke from the burning wood. They learn about the sacrifices of the crews from years gone by and witness the efforts that volunteers have made over the past 35 years, or 38 I heard. Our dream, of course, is to occupy the entire Wharf shed and with council to develop a world-class facility to house the Riverboat Centre with hands-on interpretive displays for tourists and locals' enjoyment. Anybody who has visited the Manham Information Centre can probably visualise such a facility here in Goolwa. The committee and friends were stunned to learn in August 2021, just 1 month before the master plan was released, that council had decided to move us. This was presented as a fait accompli, which deeply shocked our 100 volunteers and 225 friends and the wider community. Our vision for the shed has been repeatedly expressed to council and consultants, but ignored. So many interpretive elements could have been incorporated into the Riverboat Centre with our occupancy of the entire shed. Information on the foundry, boat building and the slipway with a direct link to the beam engine, a hands-on model of the operation of cargo landing and operation of the crane and barge, a working simulation of a steering wheel, use of our own DVDs to demonstrate shipbuilding, Oscar W and the barge's involvement in barrage building, inclusion of the replica of Cadell's canoe, the Forerunner. The original Forerunner was used by Cadell and a crew to conduct early surveys of the River Murray. So what do we see is important about retaining the northern end of the shed? It's all about connection and visibility when people arrive on the steam train or at the markets or come down Cutting Road. The connection between the steam train and the paddle steamer experience, one of only 2 places in the world where this can be experienced. The connection between the historic Wharf, Oscar W and the Riverboat Centre. The connection between the new Signal Point experience and the Riverboat Centre and Oscar W, where visitors can continue their experience with the Riverboat Centre in direct line of sight. For these reasons, we ask for a fair share of the shed with 5 bays each. The commercial tenancy will gain 2 bays and the Riverboat Centre lose 2 bays. In return, we ask that tonight every councillor recognise the importance of protecting Goolwa's riverboat heritage by keeping the Riverboat Centre and the PS Oscar W at the northern end, at the heart of the Goolwa Wharf. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Janne. Are there any questions of Janne? Councillor Thornton?
Have 2. I note that you said 85,000 annually as volunteers is what you offer. The flyers that have been distributed say 650,000. Why is that misleading information being put on a flyer? And 2, do you really think that being able to offer what you do will be diminished and impacted by 3 square metres?
By what, sorry? By
3 square metres difference as to how it is.
Well, the area at the back where which is talked about that we have extra, if you go down to the Riverboat Centre, you'll see that there's a lot of equipment that's going to go in. It's talked about as being a workshop, but in fact it will contain our conveyors, which we use to move the wood across to the boat off the wharf, and we will, because it's going to be, if it's at the other end, we'll need extra conveyors, so that will just about take up half the shed, plus the barbecue, all our equipment, our stores, that'll be in there. not workmen. The workmen will be out on the wharf in the wind and rain, working on the things that they need to do.
Further questions? Councillor Oliver?
Thank you for your what I found to be a very passionate presentation. Captain Cross, serious question. Does the Oscar W have an accident risk problem? Is there an issue with its mooring, and should the mooring be moved?
No, I don't believe the Oscar W does have an accident problem. I am aware of a recent email that's gone about, and I've watched the videos of an accident that occurred down there some years ago, and I've made some inquiries in relation to that, and I've haven't had anyone that can identify the previous time that there was an accident with the Oscar W down there, or that there's been any accidents since. Now, in the last 3 years, between 2020 to the end of 2022, which includes the COVID period, the Oscar W made 400 movements down there, and that's since that video was produced. Now, I got an idea of the timing of the video because there are some items on the Oscar W that I removed about 3.5 years ago that were on that video. So the video is about 3.5 years old. One of the issues that's come up in that video, in the email, was the proximity of the Oscar berthing to the Coorong cruise boat. Certainly, as I said, there's been some incidents. However, the recommendation to move the boat down to the southern end of the wharf may in fact open the cruise boats to more danger, to expose them to more danger. And the reason for that is because with the Oscar at the southern end of the wharf, the only open space on that wharf will be between the Oscar and the Spirit of the Murray cruise boat. Any visiting paddle boat will naturally want to moor there. Now, these are going to be people that come down here that are not familiar with local conditions, and they'll be mooring right in front of the Coorong cruise boats. So, admittedly, they will be in and out less often than the Oscar would. However, the risk is far greater having a visiting boat berthing there than having the Oscar W berth there.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Miller?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I'm glad, Janne, that you mentioned interstate and international visitors coming to the wharf.
Yes.
That's what we want. But do you really believe that people who come to see the Oscar won't walk an extra 20 metres down the wharf to see it? And we did a walk around because I'm a new council member, so I'm really trying very, very hard to filter out what's accurate and what's not, and I understand the emotion associated with this. We stood on where the train comes in. I couldn't, there's no way you could see the Oscar. You might see the end of it if it was there. Just that little bit further down, you can see it. And the other question that I had was, why didn't the volunteers want their own shed, a custom-built shed built at the southern end? I'm struggling to understand all these. Is there a split group?
The question might be asked is why couldn't the restaurant go down there, a cafe go down there?
Well, I'm asking, you were offered a premium built shed.
Well, that's be a replica. It wouldn't be the Wharf barrel shed. It wouldn't be authentic like the Oscar W is authentic. The shed's authentic.
Yeah,
and what was shown in the plan appeared to be quite small anyway. So I think we were going backwards.
Any further questions?
And if I just might add there, that where you're talking about where the Oscar would be down that end, I believe it's something like $950,000 being spent up at the signal point with the displays up there. So people have from there come down the hill a little bit, and the Oscar's right there. It continues down there altogether. That's just a connection. That's what I see as important.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be any more questions, thank you, Jan, and thank you, Captain, for your presentation. Now, members, given that we have a very large gallery and they really want to know what your decision is, are you prepared to move forward item 7.5, which is that rescission motion, and to deal with that? All those in favour of that?
Point of order, Your Worship. I've got some questions without notice that I think are very relevant to the notice of motion. So, no, I won't be.
Well, let me put it to the members whether they're prepared to bring forward 7.5. So, those in favour? Against? Okay, we'll continue on with the agenda. So, yeah, we move on to item 4. Item 4 is petitions. There aren't any petitions. And item 5 is questions with notice. And we have a question from Councillor Miller on gifted assets, and the question and the answer are there in the agenda. We have a question from Councillor Lou Nicholson in relation to Middleton Creek Management Plan. The question is there and the answer is there also. We then move on to questions without notice. Members, are there any questions without notice? Councillor Oliver?
My question is for the CEO. I'm finding the number of papers being served up for us to consider in a very short time to be excessive. I wonder whether you would consider, if there are such a large number of issues like tonight, that we have an extra special meeting, so that way we can bite it off in smaller chunks and smaller items of consideration. I don't need to have an answer now, but if you could consider that, that would be appreciated.
Is there a response?
Through the Chair, I can take that on board, that members have the opportunity to defer any items that they want, but I suppose a lot of these ones were adjourned items which needed to come up at the start of the debate. We're actually in an hour and a half at the moment, and they were adjourned stuff from before. I think if we started at 5:30 and we on to new business, then it would be a lot more acceptable. And this is why we're continuing trying to play catch up. And if we don't play catch up, then items are going to be missed. But I can take that on board and try and defer things. And I can assure you that many items were actually deferred that were originally going to go to the March meeting, which we've now moved out to April.
Perhaps we could consider a strategy to catch up.
With a special meeting, that can be considered, yes.
Further questions, members? Councillor Maidman.
Yes, thank you. With the bridge out on Alexandrina Road at Sandy Grove, there's been a lot of angst with traffic using side roads, dirt roads, and impacting on our road network. Is there any recompense for any of this from the Department of Transport, wrecking our roads? And the second question was, and I'll take this at a later time, Dog Trap Road, I'm getting a lot of heat about that. It's a fire track, and it's overgrown with weeds, and it's if there was a fire go down there, there are some people that live on off that road, so I'd like that to be had a look at, please.
Through the Chair, in regards to the first question, which was asking, will the state government give us money back for the work that's gone into our roads because they've closed theirs? The answer is no. We are putting in extra effort to the dirt roads which people are using as they go on the diversion, and that is costing us money, but we don't get that back from the state government. The second one was on Dog Trap Road. I have been receiving feedback from the community on that, and like all roads, we will get to them in priority order. We do a little bit of work on Dog Trap. I think the community's expectation is that we do a lot more of that road, that we clean it up a lot more, but that is an expectation on a lot of the roads within the district, not just Dog Trap Road, and we do get to them in priority order. And unfortunately, with the current resources that we have at the moment, Dog Trap Road is down the list a lot.
Any other questions, members? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to ask these questions and seek a mover and a seconder to have the answers included in the minutes, so the question and the answers. I had 18 questions, Your Worship, because we are dealing with a revocation motion, which is a very significant decision, but I won't ask all 20, but I will seek to ask them, and I hope they can be answered. So further to Council Resolution C23042 of the 20th of February 2023 Council meeting, which was a unanimous decision, which resulted in the roundtable discussion on 8th of March between the Mayor, the CEO, the Friends of the PS Oscar W on governance matters and a path forward. Who was in attendance at that roundtable? Were they all committee members? What were the outcomes or actions agreed to? When will the notes be provided to council members? And is the PS Oscar W a publicly owned asset? That's question 1. Question 2. When I speak to Deputy Mayor Cooman's motions at 7.5, if I wish to extensively reference the contents of a confidential and commercially sensitive document titled Goolwa Wharf Shed Commercial Review and Discussion Paper that was provided to council members in a confidential email on the 19th of January 2023 and contains very pertinent commercial data and analysis we have not had a chance to consider in the chamber, how can I reference that document tonight? That's question 2. Question 3, still on unanimous resolution.
Excuse me,
yes?
Councillor,
Yes.
would you like the CEO to answer each of those questions in turn?
Oh, I don't mind. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Let's
Sorry, I
do
beg your
that.
pardon.
So the first question, CEO, did you...
I might ask you to give out a number. We've got some of these up on the screen at the moment. So your first question...
That is number 10.
And through the chair, at least I've got the opportunity to respond now. We will get those minutes out to you. We will have them to this afternoon. As far as who was in attendance, that will be included in the minutes. Were they all committee members? I invited the committee to bring whoever they wanted to the room. I did not stop and ask who were committee members. I was welcoming anyone to come to that meeting. The outcomes and actions will be included in the minutes, and it's something that we're still working on. And when will the notes be provided? And that will be. We'll get them out to you tomorrow. And is the PS Oscar W a public owned asset? It's a council owned asset. Council owned, publicly owned asset. And the second question number? So you're asking about when you've had commercially sensitive document titled, how can you ask those questions? If you need to ask questions which are of a confidential matter, you can ask the chair to go into confidence to ask those questions.
Your next one?
Question 3 is question number 4 up there. When will council members see, as requested of the administration via your unanimous resolution CM23018 on the 16th of January, that's 2 months ago, the analysis of the governance, financials and risk management practices of the PS Oscar W?
Through the chair, I'm still working on those with the team and I hope to get them to you at the April meeting.
The next question I had was question number 3. So there, the Oscars workshop is at the northern end, is a high foot traffic area, and for cruise events poses an inherent risk to public and volunteer safety. Has there ever been a formal risk assessment done as to undertaking mechanical activities and loading wood in areas that are considered pedestrian walkways, and that it could be said causes access conflicts with pedestrians walking along the wharf at both the northern end and southern end, so that we can understand the inherent risks and make a comparison between the mitigated risk assessments?
Through the chair, the council team, including the manager of people and safety, do attend Oscar W on Wednesdays, and we do discuss such matters and changes are made. So the answer to that one is yes.
Your next question?
Question number 9. In a letter from the Council to the Friends of the Oscar W dated the 24th of February 2020, and Friends of Oscar W Incorporated's reply, dated the 8th of April 2021, and that took a year to reply, there is reference to the expired MOU between Council and the Friends and the development of a long-term management model where the insurance and WHS issues are resolved to ensure continued maintenance and operation of the PS Oscar W. Has that work been completed, and if not, what is causing the delay?
Through the Chair, the MOU has been going on a month-by-month basis, but the reason why it hasn't been completed is the MOU actually refers to a space within the shed, which is yet to be determined by Council. Once that has been determined by Council, then the MOU can reference that exact space and can be completed.
Your next question?
Is it correct that the petition tabled for the
Which number, sorry?
Oh, sorry, number 12. Question number 12. Is it correct that the petition tabled for the second time at the 19th of September 2022 Council meeting with 1,056 signatures had been confirmed as having 784? And is it correct that in terms of the Local Government Act, a petition is only account for one side of an argument?
Through the Chair, there was 1,056 people that put pen to paper to express what they wanted to let Council know. There is a routine that they applied to that to make sure that, did you give a name, did you give a complete name and address? And that referred to 784. I know that it was raised in the chamber that some were excluded simply because it had HI instead of High Marsh Island. But the thing to look at there is that there was 1,056 signatures. The second part of it, is it correct in terms of the Local Government Act, petition only counts for one side of an argument? I suppose petition is drawing to attention of the plight of the Oscar W. It's not a vote, it's not a yes-no type thing. It is 1,056 people say a certain thing, but we didn't go out and say, do you want to see something else and have that? So it's not a vote. It's a one-sided petition.
Your next question.
I guess this is just a general question. I don't understand why it is that when a question is asked about the financials or anything to do with Oscar, it's taken to...
Sorry, is that in your...
Sorry, yes, it's number 17.
17. Okay.
When a question is asked, why is it that when a question is asked about the financials, it is taken to be dismissive or to have disregard for history and being disrespectful to the volunteers? That probably was a question I should have asked them. So sorry. Yeah.
I think that's probably a statement, Councillor.
Yeah.
Next one.
Number 18.
18.
Is it correct that on the 27th of February 2023, Council members were advised that across the 8 categories of volunteers, which included the PS Oscar W volunteers, totals were 19,980 hours? That means that across the 7 other categories of volunteering, there's less than 5,000 hours. Is that right, that the Oscar accounts for 14,000 hours of our volunteers across libraries, visitor information centres, open space?
Through the Chair, there's various statements of the number of hours worked. I did have a look at a speech that we gave at the Wooden Boat Festival, and I think at the time it talked about over 9,000 hours to the Oscar W. There is volunteers throughout the organisation, but the Oscar W certainly makes up a lot of those.
Question number 15. There was a statement made that the Oscar is self-funding. So how much does Council contribute annually to the maintenance and operation of the PS Oscar W? And do we subsidise travellers?
Through the Chair, there is a lot of expenses which comes to the Oscar W. It's not self-funding, but every 2 years we'll put it on the slip, which costs a lot of money, or it's been costing over $100,000 per every couple of years to put on the slip. You also receive income from trips. The income from the trips ranges up to $60,000. So financially, it runs at a loss, but it's not all about finances.
Question 16. Is there a difference between someone who volunteers for Alexandrina Council, either in the Visitor Information Centre, libraries, cemeteries, galleries, events, Centenary Hall, and those who volunteer for the PS Oscar W?
Through the chair, this is something that we're going to bring back in that April report for you, which talks about the governance side of things. As far as the use of the Oscar W goes, when you have a look at the MOU, it talks about that the boat is handed to the Friends of Oscar W to run. So, you know, are they a volunteer or are they volunteering for Friends of Oscar W? And this is something that requires clarification on.
A lot's been said about preserving
What number? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, this is number 2. A lot's been said about preserving the history of this historical asset, and I just wonder if anybody has considered the risk to this important historical asset if it were to sink. All that history and magnificent historical record would be gone. And I understand that it's had the recent collision, and that's why it's not at the wharf. That's the reason why it's not at the wharf at the moment. Is that right?
Through the chair, it's currently getting fixed. Yes.
Yes. And so when damage does occur, whether it happened recently or previously, who pays for that? And is there insurance covering that? Thank you.
Through the chair, the council pays for insurance, and at the moment it's in the hands of the insurers. The insurers have instructed council to proceed with the maintenance of it, so the insurers will hopefully pay for the majority of that. As far as has anyone considered the risks of this important historical asset? Yes, we always consider the risks of everything we do at council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I ask that I move that my questions and the answers be included in the minutes, and I seek a seconder for that, please.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Maiden. Any discussion on that, members? I'll put your motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Any other questions without notice? No? Okay, we'll move on to item 7, which is a notice of motions. The first one is from 7.1. Is Councillor... Sorry, I've just had sought some good advice from the CEO. Now that you've had put your questions and had them answered, are the members prepared to accept the item 7.5 be brought forward to now? If those in favour? That's carried. Okay, so we'll now go to 7.5, which is a motion by myself, a rescission motion for the Goolwa Wharf Precinct Revitalisation Project. And as I'm sitting up here as Deputy Mayor, I don't think I can move it, but I think someone in the chamber is prepared to do that. So can I, Councillor Oliver?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'm prepared to move the motion, and I'd like to speak to it as well. The rescission motion is a very significant action which I've given careful consideration. The previous vote was a legal vote. However, this issue is significant and has divided the community. It is one of the largest investments and opportunities for our community, and it will determine how our future embraces and leverages from our history. I would also like to note that the Act of Parliament that reinstated myself and Councillor Scott was to put us back into office as if it was not vacated. So please allow my democratic right to vote on this issue. Accordingly, I think this issue ought to be considered by the full chamber, so I support and move the Deputy Mayor's rescission motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Scott, do you wish to speak, Councillor Scott?
Yes, I'll speak. My goodness, I will. I apologise for not being here a month ago. And I quite clearly say I'll not be intimidated by either side. I have not been, and I see no reason for me to be intimidated. Unfortunately, I'm in a position, along with 8 of my colleagues, we have to make a decision that won't satisfy everybody here. And I'm sorry about that, but when you're in this position, you have to take it on the chin and act accordingly in what you believe is the best interest. We're here for our community and our ratepayers, and so therefore I I'm bound to listen to ratepayers. I think it's all rather sad. We have two great enterprises happening there. The Wharf Barrel Shed started off with 3 bays, no kitchen, has been a howling success, and is something that people love going to from near and far. And I respect that and acknowledge that. But there's one caveat. It's in a heritage area. And when we talk about a heritage area, it is a very, very special heritage area in that the Goolwa was the key port on the river. All the freight used to come down from way up north, come down to Goolwa, be taken across to Portlet to go over to England to try and be the most successful producers of that time in the old colonial days. It is also the heart of the railway industry in Australia. It is where the first railway began. And so therefore we've got a double whammy here. And if you are interested in heritage, and if we're going to say we're a heritage town and we're a council that supports heritage, we have to be mindful of that. We can't just say, oh, well, we'll stick them in a corner of the shed and not worry about them. Because as time goes on and more people live in high-rise and condensed areas and have less access to this sort of stuff, this will be gold. What is on down here will be gold from a tourism point of view. People coming down, seeing a wheezing, sneezing, smoking paddle boat with its associated displays and exhibitions. And then to be able to get onto a train that's doing the same thing, it is all extremely unique. And it saddens me that it appears that one's pitted against the other. And I think that's not fair. I think I said in this chamber back in January, I would have preferred them to have the whole bay and for the Wharf Barrel Shed to be up in Signal Point. I can build a very strong case for the Wharf Barrel Shed to be very successful up in Signal Point. They don't wish to do that. I respect that, and therefore we move on and try and make this work. But I'm afraid I grind to a halt when I find that one is getting more ground than the other. And I feel that it is not unreasonable for us to provide the Oscar W with 50-50 of the thing. I would have said preferred more. I could also put a case for the Wharf Barrel Shed that in 5 years' time they might want 8 bays because their business has grown, or they might need 10 bays, and that's life. But we're in a heritage area, and there's only a certain amount of that wharf shed that we can share, and I'm afraid I'm thinking that we need to review it and offer them 50-50, and I know that is cutting the Wharf Barrel Shed back by what they think now is 1 bay, but it is also helping to support something which is priceless. And you know, we hear about the resentment or the animosity or whatever. What I've witnessed is classic for volunteers that are so committed and have put so much into it, and they see something slipping away. That's how they react. I've been through it in other organisations for a lot of my life, and that is just classic. So what I'm reading is some really sad and upset and desperate people that are losing what their heart is in on a voluntary capacity, no monetary gain. And I think that we need to respect that. You'd have to be blind, Freddie, if you living in the district and you didn't, for the last month, hear the reaction to what's been going on since that last decision. And that's what we as councillors are supposed to be reacting to. It's not cut and dried, it's not simple, people are not happy. Let's try and get a resolve so we are somewhere near compromise, respectful agreement to finish up with something that will work for both. And like I said before, it's not going to suit everyone. They're all going to have to compromise, but that's what I think, and that's what I see my role as being and that's why I'm supporting this rescission motion, so we can look at something else.
Councillor Thornton?
I just want to say, in regards to how volunteers have been acting and that being classic, I don't think that going to younger people who work in an opposing establishment and being verbally rude is ever okay. So a part of that, I do not agree with at all. So I'm going to start with a disclaimer that I wish I didn't have to do every time, but it seems to be forgotten and misrepresented. I, nor do any of us, wish to see Oscar W out of the Wharf or the Wharf shed completely. That has never been what we're arguing for. Secondly, Goolwa's heritage and its importance is not going anywhere, and it won't be diminished. It is valued, and this project only enhances that. In addition, I truly value any volunteer in our council region and recognise how much they offer the community, and Oscar W are no different. So thank you to the 100+ team of you. I'd also like to clarify, for 2021 to 2022, the figures for Oscar W is 9,262 hours. This at 44.22 per hour works out to be 409,566, not the 700 that has been sprouted. I also note that volunteer hours shouldn't be monetised. You do it out of the goodness of your heart. It is disappointing to see that this is on the agenda again, not only because it's taken up more valuable time and money for all involved, but also because I had hoped that the decisions made previously could be respected. Views and opinions are valued, but should not override the decisions made by council. The size of the space allocated to Oscar W will not hinder, stop or limit the tourism that comes to Goolwa in any way, shape or form. If having the space back meant a truly world-class facility could be provided by just gaining 15 or so square metres, then by all means I'm all for it, but it won't. The space gained would likely go to a lunch space, or which you say is needed. In my view, this is not an effective use of space, it's a waste, and the whole of Goolwa and the Wharf is your oyster for a lunchroom. If space is the true issue, then why was the offer of a whole shed to yourself dismissed? We all want a world-class facility, and the offering can't be a world-class facility if a commercial tenant can't accommodate a suitable sized kitchen and seat a sustainable amount of guests. We can't go backwards. The commercial space needs the extra bay, Oscar does not. Oscar will succeed and will be helped to do so no matter the space. For a commercial tenant, this is their livelihood. Goolwa is more than just the tourist it brings, it's the locals it inhabits. The locals are the ones who spend time at the Wharf, go out to dinners locally and spend money in the town regularly. They want a place to eat, drink and be merry on the Wharf with friends, family and tourists alike. It's the people of Goolwa who will now gain opportunities for employment and a much better space to visit with increased potential local spend for the business community. Are we really going to revitalise the Wharf and then not be able to have a restaurant that can cater to all the tourists and locals that the Wharf will bring? I've been a volunteer on many occasions and worked a lot with them throughout my career, so it hurts me to see what is happening here, mainly because volunteering is something you do in good faith and out of the goodness of your heart. It shouldn't be. It's not to get something in return. It has been mentioned that over 2 petitions accumulating around 442 and 1,056 signatures respectively, some of which were repeat signatures on the petition that amassed the more, that this represents a resounding voice that can't be ignored. However, the sample size only equates to 20% of Goolwa residents, meaning 80% of Goolwa residents are not represented here, and the loud voices don't necessarily equate to the majority of Goolwa's wants and needs. While we're talking numbers, in 2019, South Australia brought in a record high of $8.1 billion, as per the Tourism SA webpage, from the visitor economy. In 2018 and 19, respectively, this was the biggest year for Oscar W, earning $56,000 plus in income from 74 charters and cruises, which I'm looking forward to Oscar being able to grow back to those numbers after COVID and this revitalisation. I would also like to put it in perspective as what this means for us here and now. Yes, Oscar brings tourism, and the historical nature of that is absolutely a draw card. However, it only equates to 0.00069% of South Australia's tourism income. And while the best year in 2020 and 2021 brought in over 58k, it had expenditure of 128,407 that same year, meaning it costs council close to 70k that year to run. Conversely, in 2022 and 2023, the year-to-date cost to council is 117,795, noting that this does not cover the latest crash, given that it was covered by council's insurance. After the income to date of 14,781 was deducted. We cannot allow the views, opinions of the loud minority to put into jeopardy the future viability of Goolwa's tourism and the project as a whole. Leaning into the future is a must, and we will be taking our history with us. It is not going anywhere. Just because Goolwa isn't known for wine doesn't mean people don't drink it. I have read the business case for this, and it is black and white. I know there is a sense of obligation here, but as councillors we have an obligation to make the right factual-based decision and base those decisions on more than just the wants of a few versus the needs of many, being the whole of Alexandrina. I really hope that Oscar W can jump on board and see the project for what it is and can see the vision for Goolwa under a light that's not just their own. I urge you to not make the safe decision out of fear, but the logical and future-focused one.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Livingston.
Thank you. I just wanted to start off with saying how much it saddens me to hear and see the division in our wonderful community when we are embarking on such a wonderful and significant project in our region. It is unfortunately an unprecedented event which resulted in Councillor Oliver's and Councillor Scott's positions being made vacant, and I believe that it's important to note that we are here as councillors to make a decision that is in the best interests of our community. It is important that the project continues and is not delayed any further. There are project milestones that must be met. I support the Wharf Barrel Shed, and I also support the Friends of the Oscar W. I believe both organisations complement each other, and I personally love going to the Wharf. I also believe that this project will achieve what is intended by revitalising the Wharf Precinct area. We as a council also must make informed decisions, which means also taking into consideration lots of documents, including consultants' reports, and also the requirements of both tenants. We also need to support our community organisations and businesses. The Wharf Barrel Shed is open 7 days a week, has a significant following, and it is a locally owned business and employs local people and sells local produce. It is one of the most active establishments in Goolwa. The Oscar W, through its volunteers, provide a significant contribution to our community and preserving and protecting our heritage, being the Oscar W. I don't believe that a compromise has been reached, and therefore I am supportive of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that the question, Part A, be adjourned until after Council has received and considered in confidence the Goolwa Wharf Shed Commercial Review and Discussion Paper prepared by Property and Advisory in July 2022, as circulated to Council members in a confidential email 19th of January 2023, but which has never been formally received by Council in a properly constituted Council meeting or information briefing session, but contains a comprehensive commercial analysis of the future uses and space allocation within the Wharf Shed. Formal receipt and consideration of this Goolwa Wharf Shed Commercial Review and Discussion Paper be done in confidence later in this meeting at 10.1 Wharf Tenancy Strategy EOI, when Council will already be in confidence, and after Council has considered item 10.1 Confidential Wharf Tenancy Strategy EOI. To not do the above would breach Section 8IA, Section 8K, Section 59(1)(a)(7) and Section 59(1)(a)(x) of the Local Government Act.
That is a formal motion. Is there a seconder to that formal motion? Councillor Thornton. There is no debate. I have to put that as a formal motion. So all those in favour? Could we just explain what the... if you would? Yeah, if you would.
Through the Chair, what Councillor Miller is asking for is that this item be adjourned to later in this same agenda. She's wanting to discuss something in confidence, and therefore she's asking for it to be moved up to 10.1. So that's consider all other items within the agenda first before going into confidence, and then going into confidence, discussing the item that she's talking about, which is a document which explains what the costs are, which was distributed to elected members a couple of months ago. It's likely that you'll probably then come back out of confidence and resume from where you left off on the rescission. Question over that.
Thank you, Chair. Are we in breach of the Act if we don't vote for this?
Through the Chair, I don't believe so, no. No, I didn't actually catch that whole argument, but I think what you're saying is that because we haven't tabled something first, but we've already tabled it and I've given it to elected members before, so you're asking for a document which has already been provided for before, but I'm not... can you repeat that argument again?
It's never come to the chamber to be formally received in confidence, and we haven't debated it as a group, and there are numbers in here that I'm happy to, there are numbers in here that I want to test and validate against the understanding of my fellow colleagues before I'm being asked to revoke a decision. I'm happy to deal with it now if you want, but the advice that you gave me was that there's confidential information in here that I'm not sure how I can speak about it with a gallery, is what my point is.
I know this is going to be difficult, but is it something that we could move into confidence now and do, so that people don't have to wait for the other 500 odd pages of actions? If we moved into confidence now, unfortunately it means we've got to clear the gallery to do so, but can we legally do that, CEO?
Through the Chair, I'm concerned where I'm going to put all these people outside. You can talk about the contents of that report without disclosing square meterage. I'm not sure what exactly you're wanting to discuss to get out of confidence.
Could I suggest that if you do, the CEO will listen carefully to all of your words, and if you do move into an area you shouldn't, he will stop you straight away.
Yes, I'm happy to take advice, Deputy Mayor. I also want some mechanism to release this document publicly, because at the moment we've got it in confidence, so I'll be seeking a motion or some direction to get this on the public record, even if it's redacted. Thank you.
There is a formal motion. Can I also suggest that someone in my team quickly print a copy for every elected member? I will send it to you, Tash. Have you got the document that you can immediately... Well, do you want to just... Tash, do you want to just grab that, quickly photocopy it, just so everyone's got it on its desk?
Just one for every resident.
Yes, please. We haven't heard... Sorry, can I...
No, yeah, okay.
We haven't heard Councillor Miller's argument on it, and that's because she can't discuss it openly. She's concerned about doing that, so she'll bring it to your attention of exactly why she wants to disclose the information. She'd be able to talk openly about it.
My apologies to the gallery, but we do have a formal motion that we do need to consider, and I guess at the moment we're just looking at some aspects surrounding that. Technically, I guess we should be putting that formal motion, but with your indulgence, can we try and sort this out, because there are a lot of people who want to know which direction this council's going in, and if there's some matters that we just need to discuss one way or the other, let's try and do it without having to move into confidence, and then we can go back and consider this item, because people want to know. But I respect your rights.
It's just a formal motion to adjourn it to later in the meeting. I'm happy to do whatever the meeting wants to do and try and deal with what I need to say, but I'd like the meeting to determine that.
Okay, I'll just seek some advice. Okay, your formal motion is that it be moved to 10.1, so I guess we don't have much option. We need to wait now and to get to 10.1 to actually consider this. So I will put the formal motion. There's no debate on the actual formal motion, so can I put the formal motion to you? All those in favour? That's 4. Against? And that's 4. Thank you very much for putting that back onto me again. I'm not going to support it. Ordinarily I would really consider it, but I think we need to now move into making a decision on what the rescission motion is attempting to do. So my vote is against the formal motion. That's carried. Okay. I'm just going to rethink. Did we move for 7.5 to come forward?
No, you just where you left off.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. The formal motion is lost. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Yes. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the rescission motion who hasn't spoken so far? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This motion is one of the most contentious and damaging that I've encountered in all the years I've been in council. The general view of ratepayers is that this council cannot make a clear and concise decision that they stick to. It's happened several times over the Wharf issue. Over the last period of time, this council has received information from numerous experts, people who have expertise on tourism planning, history, and more recently from the Spirit Australia cruises. And all this information we've had to digest and work out what is the best decision for our community overall. It's been very difficult. We've walked the Wharf, we've looked at every aspect of it, we've stood on the railway platform, we've stood on the Wharf, we've stood up one end and then we've stood down another. We've done as much work as we possibly can. We've had a document with 520 pages in it, which we needed to digest, about one of the most spectacular pieces of infrastructure that this town in Goolwa could possibly want. When I first looked at the design for the Wharf, I thought, this is fantastic. We are going to have one of the most exciting pieces of infrastructure. It's going to enhance not only the Wharf, but enhance the whole of Goolwa. And slowly over a period of time, things have been whittling away. We've lost this and we've lost that, and we've made decisions which in my mind have damaged the essence of the Wharf redevelopment. All this information has informed me and assisted me in my decision making. And despite the ongoing intimidation and harassment which I've received, it is clear to me that the Oscar W, which I must say, I've had wonderful trips on the Oscar W. I've been on the Oscar W at least 12 times over a long period of time. And some of those trips on the Oscar W, where we went down to Clayton in the evening and then came back, I was on the boat with the Lions at the time. And that trip will stay in my mind forever, because the moon had come up and it was shining in front of the Oscar as we came back into Goolwa, and there was just a golden river pointing us down to the wharf. It was truly quite the most amazing experience I think I've ever had. And so one of the things that is really important to me is the Oscar itself. But what has happened is that those who work with it, and I don't deny that you work incredibly hard and your work is appreciated by this council and certainly by me. But unfortunately, what has happened is that we've got such a division between the commercial and what the Oscar W volunteers want, that it's actually setting up a very difficult decision for some of the councillors that are sitting here, because it is intimidating to make a decision with you all here and with some of the noise that's come from some of you on occasions, when we're trying to make a decision for the whole of Goolwa, for the whole of Alexandrina. I don't think the Oscar should move from the south end. I think the south end is a really appropriate place for the Oscar. There's absolutely no reason why it can't be there. The commercial venture, whether it's the Wharf barrel shed or someone in the future, needs to have a decent amount of room so they can have a kitchen, so they can supply food. Why? Because when people get off the Oscar, when people get off the train, they won't have to go up to the main street to get food. They'll be able, with their families, to get food from the commercial enterprise that is at the wharf, and then they can go and sit on the grassed areas and stay at the wharf. And that's what we want. We want people to stay on the wharf, to enjoy the ambience and to have that lovely vibe of people moving around in that area. When we made the decision a month ago to give 6 bays to the commercial enterprise and 4 to the Oscar W, we made sure that the Oscar had almost half of the shed. The Oscar at this point in time has 3 metres less. Think about it. It's not even enough room to swing a cat. It's a very small area. We know that the administration and the staff of the council will make every effort to make that area that has been designated for the Oscar W the best possible area they could have. It will be a very useful area for the Oscar W. There will be opportunity to move the wood onto the Oscar, which frankly is going to be much safer. And in my mind, This is as good as possible arrangement. So I won't be voting for the rescission motion, and it doesn't mean I'm against the Oscar, and it doesn't mean I'm against the Oscar W volunteers. This is a decision that I've had to make on behalf of all the constituents in our area.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, you actually moved a formal motion which was lost, so we think if you wanted to enter the debate, you can. If you want to. No? Yes, if you wanted to. No? No, okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Nicholson, you're the only one who hasn't spoken so far. If you wanted to, you could reserve it till later as well. Okay. All right. Well, that's... Yep, no, sorry, you've got your hand up.
I'm happy to speak now.
Okay, go ahead.
There were still others to speak, so I didn't want to dominate.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I can't share my first thoughts when I saw 3 deputations on the agenda and then reached page 59 of our 776, or well, that was without confidential items, agenda. It's 869, as they are only appropriate in a shearing shed, so I'll just share my second, third and fourth thoughts. Second thought, how many more times does the chamber need to prosecute this? Third thought, when I saw 3 deputations on the Wharf, gee, I hope we hear something new. Fourth thought, I look forward to the endorsed option D element of the Wharf revitalisation being complete and seeing the community reaction to what I have no doubts will be an enhanced and activated area. I've reflected on the decision made at the last council meeting, listened again to the audio of the debate from 16th of January council meeting, the deputations too, and debate that occurred at 20th of February council meeting. I wish to acknowledge just how succinctly I thought Councillor Thornton covered off the key reasons as she calmly and considerately closed the debate at the 20th of February meeting. I understand why Deputy Mayor Coomans has brought this forward, and Councillor Oliver on his behalf. They are representing the needs, interests and aspirations of individuals and groups within our community, which is one of the principles to be observed by Council under Section 8 of the Local Government Act. All 13 principles are relevant here, but in particular, Section 8IA, seek to balance the provision of services, facilities and programs with the financial impact of the provision of those services, facilities and programs on ratepayers. And 8K, ensure the sustainability of the Council's long-term financial performance and position. As a Council, we must act to uphold and promote observance of these principles in the performance of our roles and functions. I'm also reminded myself, as a new Council member, of Section 59, the role of members. I won't list all of these, but the 2 that I'm drawing upon. Section 59, to keep the Council's resource allocation, expenditure and activities and the efficiency and effectiveness of its service delivery under review, and Section 59X, to serve the overall public interest. As someone who has devoted a significant portion of my professional career to local government, the level of government I believe in and care for the most, a full gallery at every council meeting is something I dream of. The more people interested in local government, the better. I hope you all are present again in 6 to 8 weeks as we start considering the draft annual business plan and budget for 23-24, and that you're here through until the draft budget is endorsed, so that you can all gain a deeper understanding and appreciation for the scale and breadth of all the moving parts that are the business of council, and the competing priorities that we, as a chamber collectively, will be endeavouring to accommodate. I ask that you all keep in mind just how much you are willing to pay and how much you are expecting our entire community to pay, to keep revisiting and prosecuting this one element of a $14 million project in what is a $55 million business that has far-reaching and long-term financial, social, environmental, economic, risk management and historical impacts on our entire community. As the community leaders we've been elected to be, and the additional responsibilities that rest with those who provide leadership within this chamber, we need to act in ways that build confidence in the integrity of our decision making, that will make a decision and stick to it, and show the community we are listening to everyone, not just the noisy, at times intimidating tactics of some elements of our community. And I hope she doesn't mind, but I'd just like to acknowledge the grace of Councillor Gardner's apology made at the last council meeting. The population of Alexandrina is around 30,176 people, according to Forecast ID. We don't just represent those people who voted, or the PS Oscar W volunteers, or indeed the 400 or 740 or however many it is who signed petitions about the PS Oscar W and the Wharf precinct. I have a responsibility to also represent the silent voices of the other 29,000 people who are quietly going about their business, grateful for the community they live in, and who are trusting me and my fellow democratically elected colleagues to make in the chamber decisions for the broader public interest. I don't make any apologies for representing my ward. It's a third of the council area after all, and a third of the rate base. How am I listening in my community? In addition to deputations and petitions, I am reading every email I receive, including recent insulting, aggressive and emotionally manipulative emails. It is incumbent upon me to try, and I do try very hard, to understand why they are written that way. I read local papers, talk to people as I go about my daily life, at sport or community events, seeking out the views of others, including those I am not in alignment with, who I know will challenge my view of the world. And just on petitions, yes, they are an important part, but a petition is a request for action signed by many people. It is not a voting mechanism, as it only represents a count for one side. Local government is representative decision making. It is not participatory. I assure everyone present here tonight that I don't wake up thinking of ways I can damage, restrict or embarrass people into thinking as I do. I generally spend time thinking about how we can build public confidence in decision making and ways I can make a positive difference for current and future generations. I acknowledge Councillor Oliver and Councillor Scott were not present at our last meeting. However, the 39 decisions we made at last meeting were made in a lawfully convened meeting with a quorum comprised of members present and entitled to vote. I don't see anyone seeking to re-prosecute those other 38 decisions. If I should miss a council meeting in the future, and one or more other council members should also miss that same meeting, I won't be expecting a revisiting of decisions made in my absence. If I am not present, I would expect those members who are present to follow the guiding principles of the Local Government Act. Nothing more, nothing less. I've cruised on the Oscar. I've tried to test and validate everything. The mischievousness and misinformation being spread about diminishes everyone associated with this project and those spreading such information. I just want this Wharf D project started and enhanced option D completed so we can see how this beautiful gem of a location that is both a drain on our finances but a blessing in terms of opportunity and potential for historical, environmental, social, financial, tourism will transform and save the Wharf and salvage something from the again considerable time we've all devoted to trawling over everything again. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and the 3 deputies, for giving us all reason to reflect on our previous decision and our roles and responsibilities. I hope Council's decision is reinforced by an even clearer majority, and I've heard nothing to change my mind. We only get 12 meetings a year to make decisions. Some will always be upset by them, but the reasons suggested for giving the Oscar more space than they have now, or swapping them back to the northern end, I don't believe would be a sound financial decision. Quite the opposite. I'm even more convinced that the Chamber made the right decision on the 20th of February, and I foreshadow that I will be seeking a motion, once we've dealt with this, whichever way it goes, that this document, Goolwa Watershed Commercial Review and Discussion Paper, be released in its entirety for public digestion, even if there is reduction of some of the commercially sensitive information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, you do want to speak? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've listened carefully to everybody speaking tonight in the chamber, and I have given this motion considerable deliberation. I do have trouble going backwards on the decision of the chamber last month, because while we didn't have a full chamber, we did have a quorum and due process was followed. However, out of respect for the unprecedented circumstances that kept 2 of our councillors out of the chamber last month without any choice, I will be voting to support the motion tonight to reconsider the decision of last month. I think with the Oscar W being shifted down to the southern end of the shed, it's only fair to compromise on the space, and I would hope that we can go straight to option C of the motion and achieve a better compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not normally the place for the mayor to try and lead a meeting, but sorry. Yeah, no, sorry.
Has Councillor Maidment spoken?
It's normal practice that the mayor might say some words before the move of the motion closes the debate. So I'm just taking that opportunity just to say a few words, and everyone knows that I proposed the original motion, and I gave 10 good reasons that I thought for the rescission motion. But one of the things that did sadden me a lot was that at our last meeting, or when we first came together as a council, we said we're going to listen to everyone, we're going to respect everyone, and my view was in the February meeting that didn't happen, because when we asked to bring forward the representation, so that was considered before the motion, one of the elected members opposed that. Then allowing one of the representatives an extra 5 minutes to speak from the Oscar W, that was opposed by a member. And then when it was proposed that each member be allowed to speak again, that was voted down in the chamber. And that told me that we really weren't prepared to listen to one another, because we had a full gallery and they wanted to hear every elected member's reasons for why they are voting one way or the other, and they weren't given the opportunity. We only had one member who hadn't spoken before who could, and then the mover of the original motion was then allowed to close the debate. So we weren't given the opportunity for everyone to have another say, and that's what really saddened me. So, Councillor Oliver, if you'd like to close the debate. Sorry? Well, I did ask whether everyone's, and you made no indication that you wanted to.
I just thought you just went into that dissertation. I didn't realise that. I didn't want to interrupt.
Happy to listen to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so for 4 or 5 years we've been listening to just about everyone in the community. That's been back and forth. This started out as a $7.5 million project, which is now blown out to $14.5 million. When it all came about, and I concur with everything that Councillor Gardner has said, and the initial Plan B was exciting and vibrant, and as a credit to the team that put it together, that was to go to community consultation. And yes, there were a few people that didn't like various aspects of it, particularly Giraldi Park was one of them. The markets didn't like that turned into a car park. So we have listened to people over the journey, over the 5 years, and as Councillor Miller alluded to, we represent the almost 30,000 people in this Alexandrina Council area. Some of them have never been on the Oscar, don't know anything about the Oscar, probably never will go on the Oscar, but they're the silent people that we also have to consider in all of this. So I'm quite happy with the way the February meeting went, and it was a democratic decision. If those two councillors that weren't here at that time hadn't made it to this meeting, would we be discussing this now? So I think we should leave it as it stands, revoke this rescission motion. We don't need it, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so can I now move to Councillor Oliver to close the debate?
Thank you. Just will we get to speak again if the rescission is passed and we move to part A and B? I'm going to speak at that time. Thank you. I'll let us take the vote.
Okay, well that closes the debate, so I will put the motion. Could you indicate please those in favour of the motion, the rescission motion? Those against? Okay, well it falls back on me, and without hesitation I will vote for the rescission motion. So the motion is passed. Now we move into the next part. So we've got a part B and a part C. Councillor Oliver, did you want to take the lead on that? Sorry, when I moved the original motions, my intention was, as the way I lodged them, was that rescission motion first, and then I would automatically move into either B or C, and if whatever happened with that, then I would move into D. So that's why I went straight to Councillor Oliver, because he indicated that he is prepared to act with all of those as I requested originally. Yep, okay. Councillor Oliver?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to move Part B, and I'd like to say that, I'll try and keep this brief, I share the grand vision of many for the Goolwa Wharf to become the greatest paddle steamer wharf in the world, and the revitalised wharf and the two organisations who are incumbent are critical to that success. The new wharf shed will be magnificent, and it's set to exceed everybody's expectations. It will be basically totally rebuilt, enhanced with a new floor, new superstructure, glazing, double-skinned insulated walls, air-conditioned with functional outdoor areas. It has none of these today. It will be complemented by new facilities, including the new toilets and the rebuilt wharf structure. To maximise our success, we need a balance between commercial operations and historical experiences. And again, I note the contributions of both of the organisations who currently occupy the wharf shed. So today, I won't vote for a winner. I will instead vote for fairness and equity of all stakeholders. And I will vote with respect. I will also vote with my heart, and I urge other councillors to do so also. A fair outcome is a 50-50 split based on the number of bays. So I will vote that two equal in quality and sized premises be created on this basis. In regard to the ends, I've read the consultant's report and I've listened to all points of view. And to be honest, I don't see any overriding or determinable reason to switch the ends from the way they are today, and nor is there agreement on both the parties to do so. So if we award it to one is going to be unhappy with the outcome, and that's going to last for 20 years. It is important that we achieve a fair outcome and that we move on united together to make the Goolwa Wharf the best paddle steamer wharf in the world. So I'm going to vote for Part A. Thank you. Part B.
Part B. Is there a seconder? I'll call for a second time. Is there a second to that motion? There isn't, so it lapses because of no seconder. So we can move into Part C. Is someone prepared to move that? Councillor Oliver? Do you wish to say any? Okay. Is there a seconder to Part C? Councillor Nicholson, do you wish to speak?
At the January Council meeting, we were presented a recommendation that the wharf shed be split with 5 bays to each of the tenants, being the Oscar W and a commercial element. I spoke passionately when Councillor Thornton did offer an alternative where the commercial element got more of the space. So I am, I don't know if pleased is the right word, but I am pleased to be here with an opportunity to get a compromise. And the way I see this as a compromise is that the Oscar W, in moving to the southern end, is losing what they really want, which is the visual northern end of the shed where they are currently. And I think we can all accept that that is a huge blow to the Oscar W group, the volunteers and the Friends of the Oscar W. I can accept the move to the south, but I can't accept the loss of more space. So I really urge the chamber now that we are here to vote in favour of Part C, and let's finish this once and for all. I will take the decision of the chamber tonight as the final decision, and I will not accept any other changes, and will vote accordingly. This needs to finish, and I really urge the chamber to vote for this, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Further speakers? No? Okay. Oh, no? Okay. So I'll put it back to Councillor Oliver to close the debate. You all done? All right, well that closes the debate, so I'll put that motion. Motion C is essentially 50-50, but with the Oscar W moving to the southern end of the shed. So all those in favour, would you please indicate, please? That's 4. Against? I knew this would happen. So I will vote in favour of that motion.
Your Worship, division.
Councillor Garden's called for a division, and a division is a brand new vote. So could I ask for those in favour of option C, Part C, to stand? Councillor Oliver, Councillor Scott, Councillor Livingston, and Councillor Nicholson. And myself. Oh, and myself. Those opposed? Councillor Thornton, Councillor Miller, Councillor Maidment, and Councillor Gardner. So that is carried. So I think the gallery understands that we, as a council, have agreed that the space in the shed will be shared equally, 50-50, between the wine barrel shed and the Oscar W infrastructure, and that the Oscar W will be moving in the southern end of the shed. So thank you, gallery. Were you intending to stay for more, or if you do move on, I think 2 hours, I would probably suggest we have a sorry, before we move and have a break, could we just have a look at Part D and get that out of the way as well? Is yours a foreshadowed motion? But let me deal with D first, and then we can deal with your foreshadowed motion, if that's all right. Okay, so Part D.
I have a question,
Go ahead.
if I may. I did send an email late last week that I didn't get a response to, was asking you if you'd consider some additional wording. I did email that through.
Okay,
I can happily deal with.
Yeah, maybe if we look for a mover and a seconder, and maybe if you'd like to make an amendment then, and if the mover and seconder are prepared to accept that. So is someone prepared to move Part D? And what we're asking for is the Alexandria Council Audit and Risk Committee to place the matter on their work plan and have a detailed look at the financial aspects of the commercial tenancy of the Wharf shed, taking into account the significant funds to be spent and additional infrastructure provided, and offer advice to Council on acceptable annual rates for the shed and any external areas Council may consider incorporating into the future lease. Is someone prepared to move that? Councillor Maidment, thank you. Do you wish to speak at this stage? No. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it. However, I am a little bit concerned. I think that everything worded there should be in the ordinary course of business. So in the way that council conducts its business. So.
Okay, Councillor Scott was prepared to second it. Could I ask him to second it, and then we can do any amendments that we might think, or a variation? Is that okay? Councillor Scott, were you prepared to second that? Okay. All right. You wish to speak? Okay. All right. So it's been moved and seconded, and I think you had some suggestions about improving the wording. Okay. I think one of the clarifications you saw was Alexandrina Council Audit and Risk Committee. The word council was missing from the original motion. Yep. Now, anyone want to speak to this motion? Councillor Thornton?
Seeing as all this is being asked for, is there also scope to do the same for Oscar? And like in terms of the risks and everything associated in terms of monetary values and what this is asking of for the commercial, the same for Oscar?
I guess what it's asking for is that there is a lease agreement that comes up at the end of the year, and we're asking the Audit Committee to just run their guidance over whatever information comes back to Council in relation to leasing of the part of the wine barrel shed, the part of the shed. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just foreshadowing the wording that I proposed in its entirety. Whether this motion as in its current wording is supported or not. Thank you.
Okay, so as a foreshadowed motion if this one fails, but it has been moved by Councillor Oliver, seconded by Councillor Scott. Anyone wants to make any comments on this and debate this? No? Do you wish to? Okay, well I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Are you voting for? So that's 4. Those against? 4. I'll go with the motion. So the motion is approved, carried. Okay, that deals with that. Foreshadowed motion, Councillor Miller?
Yes, I have 2 foreshadowed motions, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor. I emailed earlier in the week the proposed wording that I would have liked to have seen reflected here. So I'd like to propose that as a standalone motion. It basically replicates what you've said here, but you replace the word commercial tenancy with the word PS Oscar W, Friends of the PS Oscar W. That's my first motion, and then I'll do a separate one about the Goolwa Wharf,
I'll just
as I foreshadowed earlier.
Because that motion part D was actually carried.
Yes, I'll change it.
So you want to add an extra motion that carries most of those words, but add a few extras.
I'm adding some balance to this assessment that you're asking the Audit and Risk Committee to do, Deputy Mayor. So you've asked for this analysis to be done of the commercial tenancy. I'm asking for this analysis to be done of the PS Oscar W, just to balance the ledger.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm with you now. Okay. We'll just get the wording. Okay, is there a seconder to that? Councillor Gardner, do you wish to speak? Okay. Any other person, any other elected member want to speak to that? No? Everyone clear? Okay, all right. Do you want to close the debate on that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have I actually thought Part D was the best part of your motion on notice. I think there's definitely merit and it can stand alone. I don't have any issue with the Audit and Risk Committee looking at the commercial tenancy of the Wharf Shed, but I think to add balance to this discussion, why wouldn't you want to actually have a look at the other end of the tenancy as well? So that's all I'm asking. And it shouldn't be taken to be diminishing the PS Oscar or all those things that it probably will, but I think we have a responsibility to all of our 29,000 other residents to be balanced and fair in our decision making. Thank you.
Okay, that closes the debate. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Against? Sorry. Are you against? You're in favour. Shall I take the vote again then, please? All those in favour? Against? That's carried. All right, well that then deals with all of those items, and you've got another foreshadowed motion. Go ahead. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Coomans. I wish to move that Council... well, I need some help with the words here because I want this document published, made available for public. It's in confidence, that it be released from confidence, so that Council release from confidence the Goolwa Wharf Shed commercial review and discussion paper with any redactions as required, identified by the CEO. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. This document was prepared in July last year. This is before my time on council, and it was circulated to us in January, and I'm just not quite certain why we never had it received when we considered the Oscar on the Wharf space on the last couple of occasions. I think sorry, I said this before. The Goolwa Wharf Revitalisation Project has been several years in the making. As per the report presented with the agenda for the March Council meeting, and I think that's the March Council meeting last year, a fundamental objective of the project is to enable and activate the precinct consistent with the roadmap to revitalisation placemaking strategy prepared in late 2020. The placemaking strategy identified that the Goolwa Wharf is an underutilised, inactive and undiscovered precinct. It lacks suitable event and property infrastructure, caters only to peak season activation, does not have a curated program of events, diverse range of hospitality offerings or tourism product on offer, and it lacks a brand identity and community. It follows the wholesale change as needed. The vision still stands. From the present commercial perspective, and this was July last year, the key element is the last of these: eat, drink, shop, tourism, although an element of cultural and historical connection is also evident in a supporting role. In fact, I'm happy to not speak any more to this because I think it'll stand alone and speak for itself to the decisions that we've made tonight. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Maidman, you wish to speak?
No, I'm fortunate that I've read this report and it's informed my thinking on how I was voting for the Wharf precinct. So, and I think you, the newer members, will be very much enlightened by reading it.
Any other speakers? No, you don't. Do you wish to close? Okay.
I'll read one sentence. As follows through from the preceding comments, though, the initial strategic intimation is that housing the Oscar WS operations in the Wharf Shed would deliver something less than the shed's highest and best commercial use. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. All right, now our meeting procedures say that after 2 hours we should take a break. So, members, would you like to have a quick break of, 10 minutes? I'm assuming you're all in favour? Okay, let's do it. 10 minutes. Gallery, we're going to have a break for 10 minutes. Members, we're on to item 7. We do have a quorum. Yep, let's go. Yep. Thank you. We're on to item 7, notices of motion, and the first one is 7.1 is Councillor Lou Nicholson, parking corner of North Terrace and Montpelier Terrace, Port Elliot. Do you wish to move your motion?
Move it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to it?
Briefly.
Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. I've tabled this letter at the request of the author, Kathy Burns, and note the delay as her correspondence was from January. Ms Burns is advocating for safety concerns to be addressed at the busy Montpelier Terrace intersection at Port Elliot. I'm grateful to the Chamber for noting the letter at her request. I understand this issue has been raised before, and was referred to, and has recently been referred to the relevant officer here at Council. I will seek an update for the Chamber in April.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Oliver, is there any discussion? Councillor Scott?
Look, I'd just like to add that I have had a look at this, spent some time at this intersection and had a discussion with the staff, with John Smythe about it, and there are some, I think, some relatively easy solutions, and I think it's just a matter of perhaps we can get on with doing those. Barring some of the area near the corner, because it is quite dangerous being there. The Kathy Burns has certainly a case to put forward in relation to that.
Thank you. I too have had some discussions with Ms Burns and had a look at the intersection, and some of the suggestions she's making I think council staff will have a look at and look at ways of improving that intersection. But at this stage, all we're asking is to note her written request. Yep. Do you wish to close at all? So can I put that? All those in favour? Against? Councillor Thornton, 4? 4. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. That's 7.1. The next one is 7.2, Councillor Sue Miller, addressing gaps in transport options in the North Ward. Councillor Miller, I'm assuming you're moving that?
I will, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll just, for the purpose of the recording, I wish to read out my reasons. Thank you. On August 22nd, 2022, Alexandrina Council lodged a submission to the Select Committee on Public and Active Transport. Council's submission and the other submissions and the Select Committee's report, dated the 7th February 2023, are available on the Select Committee's website. The report contains 13 recommendations. Recommendations 1, 2, 9 and 10 are relevant to this motion, and it notes, amongst other things, underspend in regional areas for public transport services. Alexandrina Council is a member of and contributes $75,000 annually to the City of Victor Harbour's Section 41 Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Committee, established to assist in addressing the needs of transport disadvantaged people by supporting a regional approach between Alexandrina and the City of Victor Harbour for the planning, development and coordination of services. This service covers residents in Goolwa, Port Elliot and Middleton and Victor Harbour as I understand it. Alexandrina Council is a partner and provides $14,000 annually to Mount Barker District Council's Hills Community Transport Service to service the Strathalbyn area, as I understand it. For further supporting information, please read the Select Committee submissions and report and refer to minutes of the 16th of January Council meeting for the response to Councillor Maidment's question on notice 5.1 and my question on notice 5.4. There is a significant gap in public transport services generally in the North Ward and north of the Finnis River. This is an equity and access issue and needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the debate. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I need a seconder. Councillor Maidment, do you wish to speak?
Councillor Miller's reasons are similar to mine, obviously. We don't have a taxi service. We don't have a regular bus service, as does Mount Barker. They have half-hourly transport to Adelaide. So there is a big gap, and if we're only contributing $14,000 to the Hills transport program, then I think we could do a bit better than that, and so we would need to look into this more widely and I'd ask that you all support this, please.
That closes the debate. I'm assuming you don't want to close.
Just one final comment is that it's not asking for anything, it's not asking for any money, it's just asking for a letter and also to consider it in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, well, that closes the debate. I'll put the motion. Question? Button.
Does that include part of the 1, 2, 9, 10? Just help me. Does that include a request for the area of Uber to be extended? Because that is one of the problems down here, is that the Uber boundary is too far up. And I know of someone that is trying to get a transport system going, or a sort of Uber type thing, and they're not allowed to do it because the boundaries hasn't been extended far enough. So does this request, and if not, should we include that as part of the request?
It doesn't include it. So the mover says and the CEO says.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Then, if I may, with the mover's permission,
would you like to move the variation?
That review of the Uber boundary to include this area, if that's possible, if the mover's happy for that?
That's a variation? Yep. Are you prepared to include that?
No, I'm not, only because we had a mover seconder and then we had the debate closed, and I went back and forth with this, whether to put Uber in, not have it in, put it in, but I wanted to just have what council can influence, and we are not part of Uber. I think that's something for the state government. I think that's there. If Councillor Scott wanted to foreshadow a motion that we write to Uber as a separate to this, maybe, but I don't want to change what I've got here. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I'll put the motion as it is. Yep. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 7.3 is Councillor Sue Miller, infrastructure agreements with developers. Do you wish to speak to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, I'm moving this way because the cumulative pressure being put on existing council infrastructure by infill development, green and brownfields development. Council doesn't have the resource and capacity to finance the infrastructure demands of a growing community. We need to insulate our existing ratepayers from excessive rate increases and applying the principle of beneficiary pays. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Maidman? Do you wish to speak? Go for it.
You'll remember from the last council meeting a petition from Old Bull Creek Road residents. This is a classic case where a small subdivision, I think it was about 5 or 6 houses, they were able to build on adjacent to the road without any footpaths, provisions or curbing or even bitumen to the extent of the development. So things like this would capture that.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Gardner.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to vote against this because our staff has been working solidly, more than solidly actually, and I don't think at this point in time it is a good idea to ask them to actually put on them almost 5 years of digging around looking for infrastructure agreements at this point. It may be sensible to do it later on, but I'm not prepared to vote for it now.
Yep, let's go. Yep. Thank you. We're on to item 7, notices of motion, and the first one is 7.1 is Councillor Lou Nicholson, parking corner of North Terrace and Montpelier Terrace, Port Elliot. Do you wish to move your motion?
Move it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to it?
Briefly.
Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. I've tabled this letter at the request of the author, Kathy Burns, and note the delay as her correspondence was from January. Ms Burns is advocating for safety concerns to be addressed at the busy Montpelier Terrace intersection at Port Elliot. I'm grateful to the Chamber for noting the letter at her request. I understand this issue has been raised before, and I will and was referred to, and has recently been referred to the relevant officer here at Council. I will seek an update for the Chamber in April.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Oliver? Is there any discussion? Councillor Scott?
Look, I'd just like to add that I have had a look at this, spent some time at this intersection and had a discussion with the staff, with John Smythe about it, and there are some, I think, some relatively easy solutions, and I think it's just a matter of perhaps we can get on with doing those, barring some of the area near the corner, because it is quite dangerous being there. The Kathy Burns has certainly a case to put forward in relation to that.
Thank you. I too have had some discussions with Ms Burns and had a look at the intersection, and some of the suggestions she's making I think council staff will have a look at and look at ways of improving that intersection. But at this stage all we're asking is to note her written request. Yep. Do you wish to close at all? So can I put that? All those in favour? Against? Councillor Thornton, 4? 4. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. That's 7.1. The next one is 7.2. Councillor Sue Miller, addressing gaps in transport options in the North Ward. Councillor Miller, I'm assuming you're moving that?
I will, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll just, for the purpose of the recording, I wish to read out my reasons. Thank you. On August 22nd, 2022, Alexandrina Council lodged a submission to the Select Committee on Public and Active Transport. Council's submission and the other submissions and the Select Committee's report, dated the 7th February 2023, are available on the Select Committee's website. The report contains 13 recommendations. Recommendations 1, 2, 9 and 10 are relevant to this motion, and it notes, amongst other things, underspend in regional areas for public transport services. Alexandrina Council is a member of and contributes $75,000 annually to the City of Victor Harbour's Section 41 Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Committee, established to assist in addressing the needs of transport disadvantaged people by supporting a regional approach between Alexandrina and the City of Victor Harbour for the planning, development and coordination of services. This service covers residents in Goolwa, Port Elliot and Middleton and Victor Harbour as I understand it. Alexandrina Council is a partner and provides $14,000 annually to Mount Barker District Council's Hills Community Transport Service to service the Strathalbyn area, as I understand it. For further supporting information, please read the Select Committee submissions and report and refer to minutes of the 16th of January Council meeting for the response to Councillor Maidment's question on notice 5.1 and my question on notice 5.4. There is a significant gap in public transport services generally in the North Ward and north of the Finnis River. This is an equity and access issue and needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the debate. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I need a seconder. Councillor Maidment, do you wish to speak?
Councillor Miller's reasons are similar to mine, obviously. We don't have a taxi service. We don't have a regular bus service, as does Mount Barker. They have half-hourly transport to Adelaide. So there is a big gap, and if we're only contributing $14,000 to the Hills transport program, then I think we could do a bit better than that, and so we would need to look into this more widely, and I'd ask that you all support this, please.
That closes the debate. I'm assuming you don't want to close.
Just one final comment is that it's not asking for anything, it's not asking for any money, it's just asking for a letter and also to consider it in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, well, that closes the debate. I'll put the motion. Question? Button.
Does that include part of the 1, 2, 9, 10? Just help me. Does that include a request for the area of Uber to be extended? Because that is one of the problems down here, is that the Uber boundary is too far up, and I know of someone that is trying to get a transport system going, or sort of Uber type thing, and they're not allowed to do it because the boundaries hasn't been extended far enough. So does this request, and if not, should we include that as part of the request?
It doesn't include it. So the mover says and the CEO says. It doesn't.
Then, if I may, with the mover's
Would
permission,
you like to
can
move
we
the variation?
include that review of the Uber boundary to include this area? If that's possible, if the mover's happy for that?
That's a variation? Yep. Are you prepared to include that?
No, I'm not, only because we had a mover seconder and then we had the debate closed. And I went back and forth with this, whether to put Uber in, not have it in, put it in. But I wanted to just have what council can influence. And we are not part of Uber. I think that's something for the state government. I think that's there. If Councillor Scott wanted to foreshadow a motion that we write to Uber as a separate to this, maybe, but I don't want to change what I've got here. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I'll put the motion as it is. Yep. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 7.3 is Councillor Sue Miller, infrastructure agreements with developers. Do you wish to speak to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, I'm moving this way because the cumulative pressure being put on existing council infrastructure by infill development, green and brownfields development. Council doesn't have the resource and capacity to finance the infrastructure demands of a growing community. We need to insulate our existing ratepayers from excessive rate increases and applying the principle of beneficiary pays. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Maidman? Do you wish to speak? Go for it.
You'll remember from the last council meeting a petition from Old Bull Creek Road residents. This is a classic case where a small subdivision, I think of about 5 or 6 houses, they were able to build on adjacent to the road without any footpaths, provisions or curbing or even bitumen to the extent of the development. So things like this would capture that.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Gardner.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to vote against this because our staff has been working solidly, more than solidly actually, and I don't think at this point in time it is a good idea to ask them to actually put on them almost 5 years of digging around looking for infrastructure agreements at this point. It may be sensible to do it later on, but I'm not prepared to vote for it now.
Thank you. Councillor Livingston.
Do we have any indication of the cost to resource it?
Through the chair, you've asked the question of how long it would take us to get such a list. I'm just looking at my general managers for an indication of do we know how many there is and how long it would take to get that list. Yeah.
Yeah. Strathalbyn.
Thanks. Through the chair, I did have a quick look today, and it would appear that there would, within that time frame, there's roughly about 20 infrastructure agreements. It will take us some time to be able to collate that information and bring it back to council, but the cost would just be staff time to undertake that task.
Councillor Scott, you've got a question? Or?
Yeah.
Yep.
Question, if I may. Is there merit then in, instead of making it no later than the 15th of May, pushing it out a bit, perhaps until July or something, so they get past the end of the financial year with all the work that's involved there? And I don't know, I'm just suggesting that gives them a bit of breathing space. rather being we're now running into a fairly intense time. So I just put that forward as a suggestion.
Councillor Miller, you prepared to accept that as an amendment? Or accept it as part of your motion?
I actually appreciate the feedback that's given to me, and given my next motion on notice is about an internal audit program, and I've nominated this as a candidate, I'd actually be happy to remove the well, can I withdraw it after it's been seconded? Because if it's captured in an internal audit program, I think that body of work will happen as part of that program.
What about if you use the words as soon as practical?
Yes.
Without putting a date in?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Second, are you happy with that? Yep. Okay, so now it is as soon as practicable. That makes it more reasonable?
Not for me.
Okay. Any further speakers on that? Would you like to close the debate?
No, thank you. I just there is growth. It brings rates, but it brings expectations, and it brings new infrastructure that's required. So I just want to make sure they're providing what they said they'd provide. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, that closes the debate. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Okay, we move on to 7.4, which is from Councillor Miller, development of an internal audit program. I assume you want to move that? Do you want to speak to it? You don't? No?
No, the reasons are there. We need to move along, so thank you.
Is there a seconder? Okay, can I just call for a seconder first, and then we can deal with the actual motion? Councillor Nicholson is seconding that motion. And if you'd like to speak now.
I think the intent of it's really good, Sue, and I think it would be helpful. And we did discuss at the audit committee meeting probably a higher level need. I think that I wonder if we can change it to being a master audit program and function within this firm. And then I have a couple of questions. How would it be resourced? Would it have any external expertise, like a PricewaterhouseCoopers? Who would this position, if it was a person, report to internally? Would it report to the CEO? Would it report to the mayor? Or would it report to the audit committee? So I have a number of questions, but I primarily think that it should become like a master internal audit program that all of these elements form part of. And then I have questions about, for the CEO, as to the W questions: who, where, how, etc. It's going to happen.
Could this be a formal motion to defer, adjourn, subject to an information? Okay.
Through the chair, we have identified that we need to do an internal audit program. We intend to bring back an internal audit program to the audit committee for them to have a look at. We've already put into the budget an amount to conduct an internal audit program, which will consist of external people to come in to assist us with that. As far as reporting to us goes, I think based upon various topics would be reporting to various managers, which will then report through to the audit committee, and ultimately my responsibility as well. I think this motion is asking us to consider gifted assets, infrastructure agreements and so on, but it's just asking us to consider. I think that when we bring back an internal audit program, we'll be having a look at the greatest risks within council, which is a process that we've just been going through, and we'll present that to the audit committee with recommendations of exactly which things we believe that we should be looking at first. So what this motion is doing is essentially what we're moving towards doing anyway. It's just giving some topics that we may consider.
I wonder whether we can insert the word including the following: gifted assets, infrastructure, etc. Because I think an internal audit program is much more than that.
Through the chair, it does say that council consider including and then for the following. So I've treated it as it's a suggestion, not a it must have.
So I was thinking the word including should be like towards the bottom. So including, instead of for the following, including the following. Gifted assets. because it doesn't give you an obligation to actually come up with a master audit program. The way it's wording, it's saying internally audit these 4 items.
To move resolutions, not accepting them.
I'll have to ask the mover and the seconder if they're prepared to accept that.
I have been very specific in I would like gifted assets as part of the internal audit plan and infrastructure agreements with developers and community donations, and then anything else that's identified in an audit in a strategic risk register. That's generally what guides an internal audit plan in local government. So I'm just mindful that a SCOSA is will be subject to an SCOSA review in 2 years' time, and an opinion from a SCOSA, and this is important work that I want to see supported. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll stay with your original motion. All right. Any further debate? Councillor Gardner.
Oh, I'm sorry, really sorry, but I'm voting against this again because we've just been told that there is already things that are in train, and we are asking our staff to either hurry things along, which they're already doing, and I just think, I'm sorry, I won't be voting for it.
Further debate? Would you like to close?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a 3-year program, and what I'm trying to express is support for this body of work. I don't want to see it, if it's in the draft budget, that's great, but I don't want to see it lost when it has to compete against many other things. So I'm trying to be supportive of staff in that development of a 3-year rolling program moving forward. It's not requiring any real work at this point in time, or additional work. Thank you.
Okay, well that closes the debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Okay, 7.5 we've dealt with, so we'll move on to 7.6, which is Councillor Michael Scott, dogs and sporting facilities. I'm assuming you want to move that?
Yes, certainly. 65, as it's gone up to that.
65, yes.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Is this loud enough now? Because I'd like to be back here, but about there? About there. Okay.
Sorry. I would like to move that, but I'd also like to add, I overlooked in my quest to get clean ovals, I overlooked the fact that there may be dog events held on ovals, specific dog events, which is a completely different thing. And that could be sheepdog trials or championship dog shows or something like that. So if in there, if we could put except an assistance dog or specific dog related events. Well, that's a law they have to do anyway. But
dog related events.
Look, I'm doing this because it's a number of times people have said to me about this problem. I drove past the Porthead Oval yesterday, and sure enough, there were people out there. Now, I suppose we'd all assume that they will do their job and clean up. But I can just picture the situation where they're down at the south end of the Oval, and Rover has done a big run, because it's the first run he's had since the last weekend, a big run up to the other end, and sat down for a little while and then got going. And it's a long way to walk to clean up, so he'll be right, he won't have made a mess. No. I'm being told by sporting groups that they have to clean ovals prior to training and prior to having sporting events. And I cite in particular the Porthead Oval with little kids playing soccer, little baby soccer, what are they, 6, 7 year olds. I don't think it's appropriate that they should, and soccer is a thing where you do sliding dives and all this sort of thing, and may well fall face down on the ground. And I think that they should be expecting be at least expect to have a clean oval to fall face down on. Also, prior to sporting the actual sport on the Saturday, they have to go round again. They're already done on a trip before training. They have to go round, and those are the coaches and the committee people, and it's hard enough getting people to do that sort of work without expecting to go around doing a clean-up of an oval. And I just think that it's not stopping people taking their dogs to the footy. It's not stopping them from walking around, all around the outside of the oval. All we're saying is keep your dog off the oval. And I would also like to add to that the Strathalbyn Polo and Recreation Ground, because they're having trouble with people roaming on there and letting their dogs loose on there. So if I could include that as well, and I just seek your support for it. In no way is it stopping people taking their dogs out on the weekend to sporting events, but don't let them roam on the oval. Thank you.
I think Mr. Atkins would like to make a comment, but before he does, can I just get a seconder first? Is someone prepared to second that motion? Councillor Thornton, did you want to make a comment? Go.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I just wanted to point out that Council's administration are in the process of bringing these bylaws to Council for review, and it's in the next month or two. I think there'll be an information session first up, and then it'll be presented back to Council. So I think there's an opportunity for us to undertake that review with an information session and that further report, and consider it at that time. The other thing I'd just point out is a couple of the ovals that you've listed on there aren't actually ours, so I don't think we would be in a position to be able to prevent dogs walking on those. But I think in terms of us bringing it back and going through and covering off on all of those issues, the next couple of months it would be returning to the chamber.
So you want me to withdraw it then, and we bring it up then, or how do you want to get through it? I just want an outcome so people don't have to go through the whole soccer season cleaning an oval. That's all.
Perhaps through the chair, you could do that, or you could just request that a further report be presented back to Council, and that would happen in due course if you wanted to amend it.
All right, so long as that's done by the start of the sporting season, that's all. I don't want it to be July or something like that. It needs to be in the next month or so.
So you're asking now for a report rather than...
Well, I'm just trying to be cooperative and not necessarily burden staff, but get an outcome, whichever way it works. I don't want the winter sporting footy season, soccer season to be spent with those people having to go around cleaning ovals, and if they don't clean them, kids falling down face down in dog.
Yep. But what are you asking for? Are you wanting an amendment to the bylaws, or are you asking for a report?
I would prefer it to be just agreed to now that we don't allow dogs on ovals. Now, if we've got to do a sieve and sort as to what is our oval and what isn't, but I know the Strathalbyn Polo Ground have asked me, when I told them what I was doing, asked me to include them in it.
Okay, so you'll go with the motion?
All right, yes.
All right, and it's been seconded. Sorry. Go for it.
Through the chair, if you don't mind me just adding some context to the timelines to your question there. So there'll be a presentation Monday to start off our bylaw review, but the actual bylaws won't come into effect until January. So if you're looking for the quicker solution, a resolution like this could be the solution. The section 10 within our bylaws is just referring to dogs not being allowed on land as resolved by council. So council can very well make a resolution for that not to happen. And the bylaw review can continue on, and that will come in effect in January.
Thank you very much for that.
All right, any other speakers? Councillor Maidman.
It's just a question of Matt. Some of these ovals are not council owned, as you alluded to, and some are leased. And how can you enforce a bylaw on a leased oval that you've leased out? You can't really enforce that.
Through the chair, I'm not quite sure how to answer that, unfortunately. Trish is coming up. I think she's got the answers, so hopefully.
A lease arrangement provides rights to the lessee and we can't impose conditions that are outside that lease document.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Oliver. Oh, sorry, you were first. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against this because if we have a law for everything in this, I mean, it's just crazy having laws, more and more laws. We're truly becoming a nanny state. If you go on the beach in the morning, like I do, 7 days a week, every day of the year, providing it's not too windy and it's pouring with rain, you will find a whole bunch of people with dogs and without, and right now I'm without a dog. I end up picking up dog poo from Goolwa almost down to Middleton. And do I mind? No, because I want my dog to be able to go and enjoy, well, when I get a dog, I'll get one on Saturday, but before that, I want my dog to be able to enjoy walking on the beach. And as a result, as a decent human being and someone who cares about my environment, I go and pick up other people's poo. Well, other people's dogs' poo. And so I'm going to vote against it because I just think people need to get over it and go and pick it up.
Have you haven't spoken yet? Councillor Oliver.
Thank you. And I'd like to note your concerns on the risk of it being on the playing field and that. But I'm a dog lover, and I don't think that there's a lot of facilities that you can take your dog, and I think that ovals are often used as, you know, surrogate dog parks and things like that. And I actually think, and pardon the pun, I think they should be made available to as many people as possible, and that quite literally means every man and his dog. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, Councillor Scott. I'm a little bit worried about this motion as well, because walking the dog is a really valued activity for so many, and it gets people moving in our communities. Going to your local oval with your pet dog, for many it's an element of security having their dog with them. They're part of the family. You might go with your kids and your dog. I really appreciate the issue of dog poo on the oval during sporting matches, but I just wonder about whether this is a proportionate response to the issue. We've got sporting clubs having to clear the oval before a game. Yes, that's inconvenient, but is this a proportionate measure that would then have to be enforced by council? I think there would be a lot of community uproar. I just wonder whether we need to give it a bit more consideration and look at whether there are any other options in the report that will be coming to us in the review of this bylaw. I think that perhaps if they've gone so long, maybe another few months so that we can get it right will just have to be the best way forward. Sorry, Councillor Scott.
Any further speakers? Before you close the debate, could I just say a couple of words? Firstly, I spoke to two management groups. One that manages the Burgess Oval, which is council owned, and the other group is the Mount Compass Town Oval, which is community owned, so it's not council owned at all. And both of them were adamant that having people exercise their dogs on the ovals is absolutely no problem at all, and they would encourage it. The only thing with the Burgess Ovals is it's got a very sensitive cricket pitch, and they prefer dogs not to walk all over that. But in terms of exercising, and we're in a time now when people ought to be out there doing some exercise and doing it with your dog. It's good for the dog and it's good for the dog owner. So that's their comment. So if you'd now like to close the debate.
It would be my pleasure. With the greatest respect, half of what I said has been missed. I wasn't talking about the beach. I wasn't talking about people not taking their dog out. I'm keen for people to go out with their dogs. People with dogs quite often tend to think they have the right to go anywhere and that their dog never does anything wrong. And I'm just responding to an area that is representative of a lot of players, and they are sick of it and asked if I could do anything about it. And I said, well, I'll bring it up. Now, it's not stopping people going to the Port Elliot Oval and going round at the outside, or going to the Burgess Oval and going around the outside. But why would we want to compromise? It's a sporting oval, it's not a dog park, different thing. If we talk about the Port Elliot Dog Park, no issue, because it's for dogs. This is for kids to play sport on. Why should we put it in a situation where the staff, that are volunteer staff, have to go out and go across this big oval because there's several pitches and make sure everything is clean up? If they miss one and a kid falls in it, it's not very pleasant. Now, it's okay if you don't fall in it, but if you're the one that does fall in it, then it's not so pleasant. But none of those people are sitting around this table, so of course it's not their problem. But I just think it is valid. I think it saddens me or annoys me when I see people out on an oval when they could be round the outside. Annoys me even more when their dog leaves a visiting card and no one picks it up. And you know, we expect people to do the right thing. They're not doing the right thing, otherwise it wouldn't have been raised to me. And I just think it's unfair on the sporting groups. They have to go and do that when it is a playing surface, not the beach. It's not around the outside, it's the playing surface. But it's up to the chamber, and I urge you to vote for it. That's all. Thank you, because I think there is a need.
Okay, the question, Councillor Nicholson.
How far away? It's my understanding that there is a designated dog park in Port Elliot. Yeah. How far away is that from the Port Elliot Oval?
Certainly half kilometres. The crow flies, probably you travel around all the roads, it might be the cave at the front gate. It goes up the oval, east, south, east and east.
Councillor Thornton, did you have a question?
Behind Benelli Drive.
Please don't debate it, just a question.
Yeah. My question is there dog bag dispensers at every one of these ovals?
Yes. The two ovals I mentioned certainly are. Okay, I better close the debate there. One more question? You can. So if this fails, we'll go to your foreshadowed motion. And you don't have to tell us now. Will you? Can you tell us now? No. Well, let's deal with this, because I think we can sort of think what you're thinking. Councillor Scott, there were a few questions. Did you want to say any more in your closure or not?
Thank you. No, I think I've pretty well covered it all.
All right, well then
it's in the will of the people now.
The will of the council members. So I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Dare I ask against? That's lost. Councillor Nicholson, you had a foreshadowed motion.
Well, I'm not. I wanted to suggest a foreshadowed motion, perhaps to Councillor Scott, that he could suggest move that his motion applies just to the Port Elliot Oval, and argue that.
Maybe you can think of that and bring that next time. Yeah, because you're not actually moving anything, so I think we've dealt with the item, so we need to move on.
Well, I mean, I think that's a good compromise if Councillor Nicholson wishes to move it immediately.
I'm going to seek advice on that. All right, the CEO says I could allow that, so if you'd like to move that it only affects the Port Elliot Oval. Is that what you want to move? Sorry.
I don't feel that I have enough understanding of what the Port Elliot community would want to move it myself. I would personally, I'd probably prefer to take that away and bring it back next month if it were me moving it. I thought if Councillor Scott wanted to argue the case, I could listen. So over to you, Councillor Scott, or let's wait till next month.
I think you'll be being given the opportunity. If you want to move it, we'll accept that motion. So did you want to move?
So move. The need's
Okay,
there.
it's on the screen. It only applies to the Port Elliot Oval. Yes. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Nicholson is prepared to second it on your word. Is there any debate on that? Councillor Maidment.
Question. Would this need to go to community consultation?
Midnight.
Through the chair, if I might, I just wanted to remind council that it's actually a leased oval.
It's a leased oval, Councillor Scott. So do you wish to withdraw? I think Councillor Scott's indicating he's going to withdraw that motion. So can we move on then to 7.7? I'm sorry, Councillor Scott, but we'll move on. It's also from Councillor Michael Scott, Middleton Storm Event Council rates. And are you bearing in mind that there is also a comprehensive one at 7.9?
Look, yes, I have. When I formed this up, I did overlook, in my quest to try and get some relief for Middleton, I did overlook the fact that there could be flood damage elsewhere, and that those residents would be equally entitled to claim or seek some claim. And I think that's probably more broadly covered in Councillor Nicholson's motion, so I'm happy to defer to her motion. Thank you.
So you're withdrawing?
I can withdraw it, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that deals with that. And the next item, 7.8, Councillor Michael Scott, Middleton Storm Event Road Repairs. Do you wish to move that?
Yes, I do want to move this, and this is actually, this is quite important, in fact very important, because it relates, as I see it, to road safety for our road users. There have been, I know a lot of the roads in our district have suffered badly, but some have suffered more than others, and in patches. Some areas have just had the fines taken off, and it's a bit rough. You drive over it and it's a bit rough. But there are some areas where the water is gouged out, and there is one spot that I measured today. It's 400 deep, if you want metric, and it's 350 wide, and it's right by the edge of the bitumen. Now, if we're in a strong kangaroo area, kangaroo was killed just up the road from where that was. If someone had swerved to miss that kangaroo in that area, they would have dropped into that. Now 400 is more than a foot in the old term, so it's about that. So if you were in a little Yaris or something, you'd drop into that and your suspension would grind on the ground and you'd be anchored there because your wheel would spin in midair. And I just think that my suggestion was, without telling the road boys how to repair roads, but I just envisaged a truckload with some 4-inch rock on it, fill it, bulk it up, put some surface on it, and move on. And just do those areas that are of strategic safety, have a strategic safety issue, and then the rest can all be done as the budget allows as time goes on. But I think there are some areas that are just a glaring safety issue, and that's what I want to address. And Alan Pomeroy is driving around the district, he'd be able to identify them. It's not just Flagstaff Hill Road, the other roads as well, but actually on the hill it's got a bit too, but where it's needed, let's do it. And I thank Ben Wright for his involvement in this, because he gave me some advice, but I didn't actually take it fully because it involved influencing the budget, and I'd rather leave it to the staff to work within budget constraints to do this job as best they can.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Livingston, do you wish to speak? Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Miller.
It's just a question. Are we not doing this?
Sorry?
Would we not be doing this anyway?
Mr. Baker?
Through the chair, my depot manager is exactly right. To just go and throw rocks in there is not what we do. The side of the road is important for us because it breaks up. If you just throw rocks in there, the side of the road will just break up. We have to do it properly and form it properly, and for that we need budget. We have no budget at the moment. We are solidly out of budget, so we'd have to go back to council for a review of budget. This, as far as I can gather, will go into next year's budget submission.
What do you wish to do, Councillor Scott?
I'm certainly not going to argue with staff for a start. However, I just wonder how we resolve the issue, because it is a real issue, and I'm happy to show you the spot, and I don't think any reasonable person would disagree with me in that there is a dangerous situation there. And well, I mean, I might have been a bit flippant when I said I just thought that, I mean, this is how I feel. My boat washed away in the same flood, and I'm filling it with rock and then topping it with some stuff, and it won't be as good as yours, but it'll stop the thing. And that's why I thought we could just bulk it up with rock and put some top on it, and it'll be as good as it was before, because it actually had rock underneath and a good top to it. See?
You want to go?
Through the chair. The motion is telling us to do it as soon as possible, and we will do it as soon as possible. Safety, as I said earlier tonight, safety for these council is paramount, and we look at all roads, like we're talking about with the one that Councillor Maidman brought up earlier. We will look at all roads and do them in priority order, which includes the ones that you've identified, and we will do them as resources come available, including staff members, including budget, and we will get to them. So the motion is basically telling us what we're already doing. We're doing things as soon as possible.
And through the chair, if you do feel as though that's not enough, I can go and put some cones out in that particular area just to inform people there is an issue at that point. But I think most people know about it. And it's on, and just one caveat, doing it on your roads is a dirt road. This is bitumen we're talking about, so we can't compromise the bitumen.
Look,
what
like
you
I
wish,
said,
Councillor Scott?
I do not wish to start telling professional people about repairing roads. I just had an idea, and I was trying to draw attention to a safety issue, which I believe is very, very valid, especially with because the road doesn't have a white line along the edge of it. So if you drifted off, boom, down you'd go. And that's all I want to outline. How we get round it is up to the staff, because that's their job. And I appreciate what Ben said, but I didn't want to start getting into trying to manipulate the budget in the fourth quarter and cause, it's hard enough managing the budget is without me putting a timeline in a motion and causing grief with that. I was more trying to make it as open as possible so that the thing could be attended to. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to pursue your motion? Yep. Any other speakers on the motion?
I just wondered, do we not have a normal way to escalate an emergency repair without having to have a motion of council? Because I can see us having to have a motion in council of every time there's a pothole, I would have thought you just deal with it. You've got to, hit the button, bang, we get it done. And if there's a budgetary thing, well, then there must be a mechanism you can bring that budget back. Because it is an emergency, it is essential.
Okay. No further speakers? Do you want to close, or can I put it? Councillor Gardner.
I just want the motion now be put. Can you please put the motion?
Well, we don't need a formal motion because I'm going to put it right now anyway.
Fantastic.
Okay. So let me put your motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Vega. 7.9 from Councillor Lou Nicholson, Alexandrina disaster response. You're moving it. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I move this motion, and I did have a suggestion from Councillor Miller that we go through each item separately because they are pretty detailed, and I'm happy to do that if the Chamber would like to do so.
So you wish to take them one at a time? Okay, well, let's take number 1 first then. You want to speak to that or not?
Sorry, yes. As the Chamber is aware, the storm event of November 12th caused significant damage across Alexandrina. The Middleton community in particular has been incredibly vocal about the impact it's had on the community and a number of residents there. We had the council, this chamber voted to support a community meeting, which we had, and there was a passionate plea from the Middleton community for council to deliver a hydrologist report on the specific event of November 12th, and that was to help the Middleton residents understand what exactly happened in that event, how it happened, the likelihood of it happening again. The CEO did agree at that meeting to pursue a hydrologist report, and I think it is a really worthwhile report to commission to give those answers not only to the Middleton community but to Alexandrina Council and to inform some of the steps moving forward. So I hope that you'll support this motion. Thank you.
Call for a seconder? No. Call for a seconder? Councillor Oliver? Any discussion? Councillor Garden?
Question.
Go for it.
Isn't administration already determining the Middleton stormwater catchment area since the meeting they had with the Middleton residents? Aren't they already investigating the flow, determining the effect of the tree caught under Middleton bridge on the day, and basically all the other points? Isn't administration already dealing with those?
Through the Chair, we do need this assistance to get to the bottom of this information. We have been looking at some of these items. We do know the catchment area, but at the same time, I have heard various rainfall quoted. I've heard it's a 1 in 300 year flood, 1 in 500 year flood. I've heard that it doesn't matter if the creek was wider, that volume of water was going to create that amount of problems. However, I haven't got a comprehensive report that I can issue to the Middleton residents who are crying out for such a thing. The resources on Middleton at the moment are quite extensive. I don't think that they're accepting our answers when we say it's a 1 in 300 year event. I haven't put the science behind it. Such a report will put the science behind it. It will also be independent so that it can have a look at such things as the tree leaning up against the state government bridge. I like the idea of the hydrologist report because I think that it's going to answer a lot of the angst in the community that they're after, and they're answers that can't come from council expertise. So this is why I had a discussion with an organisation to produce it, and they were able to do it. And I think that if they were able to model it all and determine how often it's going to occur and where it's going to occur, it may save stuff in the future. It may also lead to tell Middleton residents that it is going to occur more often and they will have a greater understanding. However, I do fear that they're looking for such a report to give them comfort to sleep at night, and I do not think that this report is going to provide that level of comfort. I think it's going to tell them a lot of truths and be the centre of facts to allow them to know exactly what occurred, but at least they'll then know. So I support it.
So, Your Worship, so actually council is going ahead to do a report. You've got a hydrologist, or you're about to get a hydrologist to do the report?
Through the Chair, what I committed to at the community event was that I would get a quote and present it to council for consideration. In talking with Councillor Nicholson, given the other motions that she was putting, we talked about putting this in the series of motions as well. So what I've done is it's got a quote, and this motion presented to council to seek a budget of $45,000 to spend on it.
Yeah, you actually seconded this. Yeah, so you basically you didn't reserve your right. Sorry, who did you say? Councillor Thornton, and then.
Just a question on cost. Is there only one person that can do this Have we sought other quotes? All of that jazz.
Through the chair, I was given a couple of different organisations that can do it. I did talk to the first one. I liked the fact that they were staying in the caravan park at the time. They were able to walk around the next day and experience it themselves. So I didn't go out to the second company. The company that we're going to use is already on council's panel, so they've already given their best prices towards us. They're a trusted organisation, and I've only sought the one quote. I was also, due to urgency, haven't gone around shopping around for different reports. So at this stage, I've got one quote for approximately $45,000.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think there is merit in this, and I do appreciate the CEO's advice just then. And I note the relationship to Councillor Nicholson's question at 5.2. I did have a quick peek at our procurement policy, and I think that you can get a quote and it's under that threshold. This is $45,000. I just think I agree with everything that the CEO's responded to Councillor Nicholson. I think there's merit in doing this, and I think we need it. It's the timing that I'm struggling with. It's $45,000. I have trouble with immediately commission. I think if we have it as part of the budget considerations, or somehow or other there needs to be a balancing of the ledger. If 45's going to get spent now, what are we not going to do if we spend that $45,000 now? And I'm really mindful that it doesn't create an expectation that future works will be undertaken. And I'd really like to see it go through the budget process and be tested with the community, because I know I listened to that deputation and I've had the emails, and I think how council's responding is appropriate given the scale of the event that happened, and I commend the CEO and the resources that are going into it. But $45,000 is just without a detailed report. I think if this called for a report, or was that it be considered in the budget mix with everything else, because we are under a lot of pressure in the budget. I don't diminish what's happened to Middleton. I think this is a key piece of work, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to deal with them separately, so that everything else was lost. But I support the idea of it and the merit of it. It's just the timing I have trouble with immediately commission. I just want to see what doing this, saying yes to this, is saying no to for other people in the community.
Further speakers? Councillor Livingston?
Yeah, I just had a question. Would the report only reference what happened in Middleton?
Through the chair, yes, it's targeted just for the Middleton event.
Okay, and there was a lot of other areas across our region that were affected that day. So what would be the scope of determining that? Because I know that just impacts motion further down the line.
Through the chair, we have been looking at those other ones, and we have put in action to, I think, the Ashbourne one. We did some work there, which Middleton picked up, that we're doing the work. Sorry, the second half of that question?
It was more of a statement. I was just saying that it affects the motions down the line, that's all.
Yeah, I think knowing where we're at is the starting point. I'm trying to create a base, and if I can go back to Councillor Miller's statement about immediate, I think I'm after immediate because they're asking questions which has the flow-on effect to other stuff. What this report will do is that it talks about bringing out the budget to make remedial action. I think that it may have statements along the lines of, if you're going to stop this, you need to build a wall, and the wall's going to cost this much, and then you can consider it. But if you consider the report in the next budget, then it's going to be another further period of time before you can start allocating dollars towards it. So this is why it's do it now, so that we know where we stand when the budget comes up, and then council can then consider putting more money in to do the remedial action, or know that no remedial action is required. It's creating a known.
Further speakers? Yours was a question, so Councillor Thornton, I'll come to you next.
Just a question. So might be a stupid one. If we include other key flood areas from this event, will the cost go up if they were also included in the report?
Through the chair, yes, it would. Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, look, I've discussed this with Councillor Nicholson, so there are no surprises. I do take on board what Councillor Gardner has said. We're paying a substantial amount of money, and in no way am I diminishing the seriousness of the flood. But I'm not sure we need to pay money to determine the stormwater catchment area. Our staff could do that in about half an hour with a calculator and a district map. Investigate the flow. Well, we can work out what the flow is. We don't need to have people at $300 an hour telling us how much water came down there. We can pretty well get that. We don't need to worry about the last 50,000 litres. You don't model future rainfall, the effect and the likelihood of it occurring again. That is an interesting one because we've got a diminishing rainfall, but we've got an increasing extreme rain weather events forecast because of climate change. And then determine the effects of the tree caught under the bridge. Well, you only have to go and get a stick in a little drain and see how it slows things down. I mean, it's not hard to work out that that's going to stop a whole lot of stuff. And I don't think we need to pay someone $300 an hour to tell us with a tree hanging upside down under the bridge that it's not going to curtail the flow of water. So I think I would rather that with making use of our engineering, the extra engineering expertise in the council, and says determine what mitigation measures can be put in place by council and other agencies. Well, we can make some suggestions and then put it to the hydrologist with a very confined, specific job. Can you give us, will this work? We think this will work. And I mean, there are various things. It's going to be far-reaching because the water's going to have to be carved off at various areas. It's not just what runs down the creek. We've got to start looking at this up very close to where I live and start deviating water and the effects of the road making that's had on all that and how we can do it. And I think we need to look at that with the expertise we have and then put it to a hydrologist to get it ticked off and for him to make other suggestions rather than wasting money on those top 3 or 4 events which anyone could probably work out pretty easily. So I think we pick our target and say, Mr. Hydrologist, this is our suggestion. Do you think this would work? Pay him whatever it is, and he'll come back and give us a yes, no answer.
Through the chair, a lot of those ones that you're saying are quick to do, and they're not the costly ones. When it's talking about investigating the flow that occurred, I always thought it was great that the SES referred back to your calculations and said they thought yours was light on, and they've put a lot more science around it. We can guess a lot of this stuff. When you're referring to paying a consultant $300 an hour, I think it's money well spent because you've actually paid me quite a lot per hour, and I'm spending an incredible amount of time referring back to these residents who are looking for answers that I can't give and that my staff can't give. So I'll just see Brian quoting me on that one. I want to make sure that we get those answers and that the allocation of council's resources are used to the best possible ability, and this is why this one's been put up.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton, you had one more question.
Is there anything else we can do to get similar answers, any other reports, any other things that can happen that can provide some of the answers, if not all?
Through the chair, we will give a lot of work to the hydrologists. We will take those calculations which have been done before. We'll take those videos which have been provided by the community, the photos, the stories. We will give it all to the hydrologists, and we're going to do a lot of the groundwork for them, which is why it's down there. we can do some of the work, and we have already started on some of the work. There was a trip that myself and Mr. Atkinson and the asset manager went down and had a look at the flooding down the railway, and we identified that if we did some work with joining up a couple of drains, that will assist in the future. We've done some of that work ourselves, but this is trying to answer a little bit more.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Would you like to close the debate on this one?
Happy to go to the vote.
Okay, that closes the debate, so I'll put it. It's number 1 only at this stage. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Now, members, we've got 6 others to do. Is there any way that we can couple these up, or do you want to continue doing one at a time?
If I may speak, there are some areas here. I think number 4 has been done. I think Nigel sent a letter out that was very empathetic and was generous, I thought. And they're talking about disaster planning, you know, and it's amazing when something like this happens, everybody suddenly wants a disaster plan. You try to get a disaster plan going years in advance and no one's interested. But it's quite involved, and it's not a council thing to do a disaster plan. It's for the emergency services to come together and form a counter-disaster committee to cover the area, and I would certainly be would give consideration to including Victor Harbour as well, the other part of the south coast, in it, because as one of the disasters we had, which was the tornado of the 4th of October 1980, where it covered the whole of the south coast, from Victor Harbour through to Hindmarsh Island. And so therefore that needs to be an integrated response, and therefore there's some logic in having a south coast emergency response plan. But those are a couple of things there, and the short-term committee with representatives from the community. I'm not sure whether representatives from the community are the people to do that. Traditionally it would be heads of services, CFS, SES, marine rescue, sea rescue if necessary, and council representative, and because council is very much a resource rather than a lead combatant authority, and that's how I'd be making up the committee if I had to do it, rather than getting some locals to get together, well-meaning as they might be. We're just talking about serious stuff now. That I think it would be better off if in conjunction with the police department, because they are at the end of the day ultimately responsible for life, probably, even though that gets carved off in case of fire to CFS and in flood to SES. But anyway, that's just a suggestion.
Could I suggest under 4 that it does say update on council actions, and if we've just moved number 1, which is a new action. So I guess we take them one at a time.
Can I move 2 and 3 together?
Okay, so Councillor Lewis, Nicholson, I'm sorry, oh, that'll get back. Councillor Nicholson has moved 2 and 3 together. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, sorry, speak first. Yeah, sorry. I'm still a bit rocked what I said before.
Developing a disaster response plan is something that I've thought about for quite a while, since the November 12 storm event and the response from the Middleton community in particular, which has been really significant. I certainly would not, do not intend for an Alexandrina Council specific disaster response plan to overlap or overlap any of the work done by the lead agencies. We have a state emergency management plan that sets out well and truly what happens when a disaster happens. We also have, I hope this is okay to mention, we have upcoming information coming to our council on a partnership with the Australian Red Cross and community-led disaster resilience. So our community is being prepared for disasters, whether it be tornado, bushfire, flood, anything, storm, whatever happens in our community. We know with the way our climate is changing that with we've all been told to expect more frequent and severe weather events. Disasters will happen. This disaster response plan that I'm proposing would be Alexandrina Council specific, and it would take our experience of the November 12th event and look at how council responded, how we responded as Alexandrina Council to communities and residents within Alexandrina experiencing a disaster. I would certainly anticipate that it would look at the state emergency management plan, it would look at community-led disaster resilience, personal household disaster plans, and it would look at what is the role of our council when a disaster happens. How do we respond? What triggers council stepping in? What series of events should occur? What are our individual roles? And having the community as a part of that. We certainly have some very passionate residents of Middleton who I know would give some really valuable feedback on what did they expect from council, and to take that feedback and look at what is reasonable for us to do, and have that written into a plan so that we're all on the same page. More likely when, not if, something like this happens again. So I don't set a time frame on it. I think it would just be something that would be good for Alexandrina Council to have at some point as we're able to manage.
Thank you. So you're moving 2 and 3. Is there a seconder? Councillor Livingston, do you wish to speak? No. Any other speakers? Councillor Thornton?
My only issue here would be having representatives from the community who are affected on a committee. I think their input was truly valued, and we've engaged it throughout, but I think that their emotions might not value this committee. Similarly, what's happened tonight has kind of founded those views. I would prefer for that not to be the case, albeit we still involve them heavily and have so up until this point.
Councillor Miller?
I just am concerned about budget and resourcing. This could be bigger than Ben Hur. There's no scope. I think it needs a little bit more, maybe a report or something. So I can't really support this at the moment. Not saying there's not merit, but I'm just not sure how you'd define it.
Further speakers? Question.
Would you consider amending the motion for a report to come back to council?
Sorry, what you're suggesting?
For a report to come back to council, just as Councillor Miller said, so that we can consider the financial implications of it.
We're just doing some words now. Councillor Nicholson? Yep. The seconder? Councillor Livingston? Yep. Okay, any further speak? Councillor Scott?
Yes, I'd like to, I think we just drop number 3 off. I think it serves practically no purpose at all. Developing a disaster response plan is a reasonably involved and important, reasonably high level sort of a plan that the heads of services will respond to. I can see virtually no benefit in a short-term committee it'll be done by heads of services. They'll have would have no contact with a lot of those people, no reason to contact them. I think we go ahead and agree to develop, it says here to develop a disaster response plan, and I would like to include the word after response and resource plan to build the capacity to respond to future disasters. That will go. We'll then talk to the heads of services, police, fire, ambulance.
Okay, Councillor Scott is asking for the fourth dot point to be deleted.
I think it will not. It'll just be another moving part that will actually achieve. I can't picture it achieving anything really.
But that's what you're asking. That delete dot point 4.
Sorry,
okay.
right.
The mover and seconder prepared to.
I would have concern. I think that including the perspective of those in our council region with the lived experience of disaster is important to inform a council-specific disaster response plan, especially when we've had such a huge response from one of our communities who experienced a significant disaster and they did not feel supported by our council, and they have been very critical of our council's response. I think I'm certainly happy to consider, I want to get this right, and I thank Councillor Scott for his contribution. I just wonder if we take that out, would the wording imply in any way that there would be some form of public consultation if we did, if a report could come, but would the development of a disaster response plan automatically include a public consultation? Because I think it really is one of the driving factors behind my motion at all, that the community's perception of our response was poor.
So I take it the mover and seconder would retain that dot point 4 as it is.
Seeking feedback on whether, if we took that out, what level of community consultation would be included in the current wording.
Okay, I'll ask the CEO.
Yeah, through the chair, the way that it's worded now is that we'll go away and develop a report on what it would take to produce the disaster response plan. And in this report, it will also include an investigation of a short-term committee. So we'll weigh up exactly what Councillor Scott was saying and what you're saying, and work out a way that we can consult with the community and include the community on it. And I think that what the report will also do is make it clear, although you're saying that they're saying our response was poor, I think doing such a report will then talk about what is the expectation of council and what is the expectation of the community. And I think any future report or any future disaster plan will clearly set out exactly what council does and what the lead agencies do and what our role is in it, and that may assist that angst in the future. It doesn't make it right of what occurred, but it will clearly define, if it occurs again, exactly what the players are going to do.
Can we, it doesn't have to be a short-term committee, it could be just investigate the merits of public consultation or a method of public consultation?
Sure.
Yep.
I'm really good. I'm just nodding for that.
Yep, you're in favour of that? Okay. Did you want to? No.
So what's going to change to?
We'll just get the wording and then public consultation. Yep. Yep. Okay, can we go?
Can we delete the bracketed a partnership between council and community? Is that really necessary? Because we're going to suitable public consultation, full stop.
Yeah.
Or to help guide the development of the plan.
Yep.
Yeah, I am. Oh, God.
Hang on.
Sorry.
You have spoken, by the way. So unless you've got a question. Yeah. Mover and seconder, happy with that now? Is there any other speakers, or can we put that to you? Did you want to close the debate? Okay. All right. You okay? All right. Can I put the motion then? All those in favour? Against? That's carried. All right, we've got 4, 5, 6 and 7 to go. So how do you want to take those? Okay, so you're moving 4?
Move number 4. This is, again, an element of public feedback that they really have craved a letter of acknowledgement and an update from council. So it would be to known residents, I think to the best of council's ability, sending a letter out to provide an update as it's written there. You can, everybody can certainly read. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Oliver, do you wish to speak?
No.
No. Any other speakers?
Just
Councillor Thornton.
sorry, Kirsty.
Councillor Thornton?
Yeah,
I get the call, you see, so you're first.
Have we not done this? And how much will it cost in terms of sending letters out?
It's an update.
Through the chair, we have set up a database of everyone that attended the event that wanted to provide their email address. We have sent them a letter initially. We've also been sending regular updates. In fact, during this council meeting, a further update was sent to all those on the database. We'll keep doing that. So I think that this motion is asking for something that we're already doing. So I'm happy for this to continue on.
Councillor Scott?
I would drop number 4. I think that information flow is happening, and I don't wish to impose any extra work on the staff at all. That they've been responding, and they will in the future, I'm sure, as is needed. But that impact, acknowledging the ongoing impact, that's all been done. We've acknowledged the impact of it. And we're providing update on council's actions. So yeah, I wouldn't include number 4 at all.
Councillor Miller, were you wanting to speak?
Thank you. I just think we are doing so much now. That may be their perception that we're not, but when I see all the updates coming from the CEO, we've created an efficient way to communicate with them. You know, I just popped into my head when Councillor Thornton asked how much it would cost to do this. Well, I know it was going to cost $7,000 to write a letter to about 12 people on a community donations program and manage that. So it scares me to think how much resourcing, not that it, and I don't want that to be taken the wrong way, but I think the CEO is communicating exceptionally well now, and has been for the last few weeks, and I'm not sure what the letter would say. I think we have acknowledged in the chamber, it was an incredible event, a disaster event. It was a storm event, and I think the CEO is responding to questions and feedback, and I'm not diminishing what this is intending, but I think we're doing it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Wish to close the debate. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the opinions in the chamber, and I would like to acknowledge the CEO and the whole of Alexandrina Council, the team, for all of the work that they've done in addressing the needs of the Middleton community and across Alexandrina following the storm event. I accept the position of the chamber. I'm putting this on behalf of the residents of Middleton, and accept the decision of the chamber on this one. Thank you.
Okay, that closes the debate. I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? Okay, that's lost. Number 5.
Thank you. I move number 5. So in order to facilitate consideration of financial relief to flood affected residents across Alexandrina, looking at how we might be able to possibly offer some financial relief to those affected across Alexandrina by the storm event. So hopefully this one will get the support of the chamber. Thank you.
I'll call for a seconder. Councillor Scott?
Yes, in seconding it though, I just wonder about I'm keen for there to be support, because that's what my motion was. The opportunity for a holiday of a couple of quarters if necessary, and more if there has to be. I'm not sure we need to distribute the rate rebate form I mean, that's all done those rate things are all done in sort of very bulky, in bulk postage, I imagine, and therefore I'd like to see the things available. People be advised that, and be publicised that if they wish to apply, that the things will be considered and the appropriate form is available, and that then they be considered by the appropriate people, rather than we distribute them willy-nilly. I think that's probably perhaps overdoing it, but if people don't, so long as people know about it, but that's all. Otherwise, I'm very much in favour of us seeking to give them just a bit of a rebate.
Councillor Miller?
I have a question, or two questions. Does council have a hardship policy, and would that cover off on things like this? Actually, I've got two questions. And if we're offering rebate relief, would that be part of our rating policy and consultation being required with our community? I just think this is a bit of a policy change, and it may require consultation and analysis to ensure that we fully understand the implications of this, because when someone pays less, someone pays more if you want to maintain service levels. So I just want to know the relationship between our existing hardship policy and if this could be accommodated under that. And I imagine that people would have insurance. So I just think on face value it looks simple, but I think in implementation and it's probably a little bit more complicated than we think. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah. As Trish is heading to the front, I will start to answer this. The hardship policy is more equating to, if you are going through hardship, maybe delaying payments. This is actually offering to write off payments. The reason why I suggested that a form be done is just to put a little bit more science around it, because we don't know what's out there. We don't know what people are expecting. I don't know whether their insurance covered for stuff. I'm hoping that the form will prompt them to go through a procedure to say exactly what's going on and what they need to do. By getting a form, and what the motion says is bringing it back to council for consideration, we can work out exactly what's out there and then apply something across the whole lot. Discretionary rebates is something under the Local Government Act which is up to the discretionary of council, so we're not really changing policy as such, but we're just saying in this form that we will allow it for flood victims. How'd I go, Trish?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add.
Did you have it?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Councillor Thornton?
I absolutely acknowledge that there were many people who are now in hardship after the event, but has council ever done anything like this before, and will it set precedent for future events in any of our areas, whether it be flood, fire, anything? Yeah.
Through the chair, we do have given rebates to people for various reasons before. I haven't seen it done for something along these lines. It does set a bit of a precedence for the future. That does concern me, but this is the motion before us, and it's something that the Middleton residents asked council to consider.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Yours was a question, so go ahead.
I think this highlights why we need that hydrologist report, actually, the more I think about this, because that'll inform these kinds of decisions. Langhorne Creek regularly floods, and I'm talking serious flooding that, and I'm not sure they get rate relief or a rate rebate. So, but they are in a known floodplain, and there's all, there's documented reports around all of that. So I just think I can't support it right now, but when we get that hydrologist report and we know what we're dealing with, I think that will give us a little bit more information around these kinds of rate relief. And I think there is, like I said, when someone doesn't pay, someone else has to pay more to maintain service levels across the community, and I stress I'm not diminishing the impact of what that event meant for that community at all.
Any further speakers? Councillor Livingston?
Just further from what Councillor Miller said, I do see there's merit in this motion. However, I too wouldn't feel comfortable supporting it without seeing that report.
Any other speakers?
And
Councillor
I'm
Oliver?
concerned of the consequential risk. Where do you draw the line as to who's affected, who's not? And there are a lot of areas. Plus, rates themselves is not a rebate on service fees. It's not what rates are. Rates are a tax on your wealth to enable us to run local government. I'm not sure if anyone's wealth has actually been detrimentally affected to the extent that we need to vary the rating policy for that. However, I do believe that if our existing hardship policy can be applied and normal procedures, then we should look at that on a case-by-case basis. But I don't think I could support an open slate of thing because of the risk to the council.
You actually seconded, so you've spoken. Councillor Maidman?
Yes, I'm not actually supporting this. As Councillor Miller suggested, someone else will have to pay. If this was part of our rate deliberations and gone out of community consultation, which could be put up in upcoming budget deliberations, and it got the nod from the local community. There's flooding in all areas of Alexandrina at various times, Langhorne Creek particularly, Strathalbyn quite often, and you're going to open the floodgates here if you put this up right now. But with community consultation, I'd support something like this.
Okay. Do you want to close the debate? I think that everyone's spoken who wants to.
Thank you. I appreciate the Chamber's consideration of this motion and appreciation of why, or the rationale behind it. In the community of Middleton and of course across Alexandrina on that day, many properties were significantly damaged, and in Middleton we have residents who have struggled to return to their homes and have a really big clean-up and long road to recovery. So this, yes, certainly is asking Alexandrina, asking this chamber to consider how Alexandrina as a whole can support those residents in providing some rate relief, and yes, that would mean that the rest of us probably pick up the slack, and that would be a community initiative. So I appreciate that it might be something that would be better off having some public consultation, and I accept the vote of the chamber on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the debate, so I'll put that number 5. All those in favour? Against? Okay, that's lost. We move on to 6.
Excuse me, Worship. We're nearly at 10 o'clock. Do we need a motion to keep going?
Sorry?
We're nearly at 10 o'clock. Do we need a motion to continue?
Is it 10 o'clock? I was working on 2-hour sessions, so 10:30 we need a break again, but...
Through the chair, I'll just ask Tash, is there a limit of 10 o'clock? And is there, sorry, you're right beside me. Is there a motion that we need to do to extend past 10 o'clock? Yeah.
So we need a motion to continue?
Let's just do one, yeah.
Do it now? Okay. And do we need to set a time limit?
You should set a time limit,
Yeah.
yes.
Are members prepared to go for another half hour? Sorry?
I'm not sure if everything will be completed in half an hour.
Well, I'm open to your suggestion. We either close at 10 and all this becomes deferred through the next meeting.
Through the chair, I think, and I will just get my general managers to assist me on that, but I know that the Middleton Deferred Urban Code Amendment, this is our only chance to give feedback on that one, so that really needs to be heard.
Yeah, 10, yeah.
Let's just do a motion.
Yep. The rules say we can continue, but we need a motion and probably a time in that. So what's your wish, members? I'm happy to be here till midnight, so I don't have any issues with time. I'm used to 12 o'clock.
What happens if we don't get through everything tonight? Where does it all go?
Sorry?
What happens if we don't get through all of the business tonight? What is the implication of that?
Through the chair, it would be adjourned, but I think that I would probably call a special meeting to try and play a bit of catch up. At a special meeting.
Do you think we can finish 6 and 7?
I'm happy to move a motion that we continue for another hour.
Okay, it's been moved an hour.
No, excuse me, I go to bed at 9 o'clock generally because I'm up at 5:30. If you want me to have any brain cells at all to do with stuff, we need to finish at 10.
Okay, but it has been...
I have to go home and you can continue as long as you like.
Okay, it has been moved though, that we extend it by 1 hour. Is there a seconder for that?
Who moved that?
Sorry? Councillor Miller? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Thornton? Do we need a debate or we just put it?
I mean, can we sort of have some food or something and get on with the meeting while we're eating or something? I mean, we're going to have dinner after 11.
Is there any item that we have to deal with tonight? For 1 hour.
But we certainly get 6 and 7 out of the way.
There is a few items in there.
That we need to do tonight? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what do you want to do? You want to move until such time as we deal with a couple of the important issues and then stop? I hear what you're saying.
There's a motion.
Sorry, you moved the motion, so are you prepared to amend that?
Yes, I'm happy to amend it to deal with items that the CEO identifies as being required to be dealt with tonight, and the meeting be adjourned to another time.
All right, that's been moved. Seconded by Councillor Scott. Are we in favour of that? Can you indicate whether you're in favour? Oh, sorry. Sorry, you seconded it. Okay. Do you agree with that?
She does.
All right, thank you. It's getting late, but we will soldier on. So are we all in favour of that? No, Margaret's not. Okay, so that's carried. So we're going on. We're going to do 6 and 7, and then a couple of items that the CEO says we've got to deal with tonight. And he's madly looking. So do you want to move 6?
Thank you. I move number 6. Some residents in Alexandrina have done significant clean-up of their yards and, you know, in all of the clean-up following the storm event, they haven't gotten around to dumping it yet. It is flood related material, so I'm asking for an extension of the free waste dumping that was given at the immediately following the flood to go for a little bit longer and give those residents an opportunity to get rid of what's in their yards.
Okay, the seconder, Councillor Scott. Any discussion on that? So can I put that? All those in favour? Against? That's carried. All right, our final one is number 7. Councillor Nicholson, you want to move that?
Thank you. I move number 7. So developing a personal household disaster plan was one thing that came out of the community meeting. It was highlighted by the SES commander, and I think it is really reasonable for council to support via resources on the website our residents in developing personal household disaster plans. Thank you.
Okay, call for a seconder. Councillor Scott.
I may just, with the agreement of the mover, remove the word support. I think we encourage residents across Alexandrina to establish these. I'm not sure with support, what are we going to do with the support? I think we advise them, it's a good thing to do, we encourage them to do it, but I'm not in favour of doing the support thing. Because I'm not sure where it'll lead us.
So the support that I was referring to would be by making links and resources available on the website. That would be the level of support that council would provide by sort of making that step easy. I think that if we just had it, we just removed support and had encourage, but put links and resources on the council website, that I think it would achieve the same thing.
Okay. You happy to stay as a seconder, Councillor Garden?
CFS has got a very comprehensive brochure talking about disaster plans. So I mean, I just think this is totally unnecessary.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to make a comment on that? No? Did you want to close?
I was sorry. I do think it's a really good idea. Like, I liken it to like a bushfire action plan where, you know, you can find a template on a system somewhere, you know, download it, put in your bits, so it sort of guides you through a process just on a template basis. So I think it's, I wonder if it's intended on that basis.
CFS is
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's certainly, I do not intend for this to be an arduous process for council. It would be making a link available on the website to CFS, to the Red Cross, to the SES. It would be simply, you know, my vision would be that it would be simply an element of the council website that says, are you disaster ready? Here are the links. Make sure you go to the website, check what you can do for your household. I wouldn't anticipate that this is any council specific resources. It's simply making links and already established resources available on the council website and encouraging our residents to check that out and make a move.
Okay. That closes the debate. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Right. Where would you like to go, CO?
Through the chair, I'm going to suggest that we do the following reports. 8.1, the commence.
That's just a note here.
Yep.
While you're looking, so let's move to administration reports 8.1, commencement of the Local Government Casual Vacancies Amendment Act 2023, and it in effect says is taken not to be and to never have been vacant.
Yeah, I think we need a motion to say that the agenda be arranged to do the following items, and I'll just read out the items that I think we should be doing.
Okay. Hang on.
I'll just explain the ones I want to do, and then we can take questions.
All right.
8.1, which is the Commencement of the Local Government Casual Vacancies Amendment Act, is just simply noting that the two elected members have come back. I want to do that. I believe the Middleton Deferred Urban Code Amendment, we need to give feedback within the next week, so I'm not sure when we can reconvene the next meeting. So
8.2.
I want to do that. We've got the Local Roads Community Infrastructure LRCI program, phase 4, which is just giving feedback to the government on the two projects that we want to go through. I'm pretty sure that's a quick one, but I'm not sure of the due date. But
what
it's
number?
8.6.
8.6.
8.7 is the Chiton Rocks public toilet redirection of the sewer. We have an opportunity to do that, and that's a risk for us at the moment if we don't give that extra 99,000 to go ahead and do that work. 8.10 is the reappointment of the FRACA chair. His tenure finishes in about a week's time also, so I'd like to do that. The community donations program for the bowling club is they want to go ahead and organise some t-shirts, and they needed an answer straight away. 8.15, sorry, I should be reading them out.
15.
8.23 is the CEO report. I am going to leave the country, even though Margaret said I can't. And council needs to have someone in an acting position as I'm out of the country, so I think if I can just get that delegation for that. And in the confidential items, I know that there's a lot of items here. There is those two items, one's for a land purchase at Strathalbyn and the other one's for a land purchase at Goolwa. And they're time critical given that...
Numbers?
10.3 and 10.4.
10.4, okay. That's it?
That is it.
All right, so you think we should move that we consider those items?
I'll move that way.
Yep.
Councillor Miller, seconder? Anyone? Councillor Maidment? Let's not debate it. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, 8.1.
Are you going to stop and eat, or you just we're going.
Stop for?
I think people were suggesting that we stop for food just to bring back to the tables, or is that not?
What do you want to do, members? We're going to have to heat them, so it's going to take a while.
Let's keep going.
Do you want a quick 5-minute break?
You can get your dinner. I've had mine.
Can we eat at our table?
Why not? Yes, of course. If you've got salad, you can, but if it's anything else, you probably need to heat it first. So what do you want to do? What, heat is
just put it for 2 minutes. No?
Few minutes?
Keep going. If they leave the table and get their food, we'll just note that they've left and come back. So just keep going.
All right, 8.1.
Mine now.
So this asks for it to be noted. Someone prepared to move it? Councillor Livingston, Councillor Nicholson. Is there any debate? 8.1 on page 77. So it's moved. Councillor Livingston, seconded Councillor Nicholson. Can I put it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. 8.2 is a Middleton Deferred Urban Code Amendment. There is a recommendation there with 3 dot points. Someone prepared to move that? Councillor Maidment. Seconder. Councillor Gardner. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Gardner? No. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and I'll talk really fast to make it quick. I hope we continue to see greater acknowledgement from state and federal government that you can't just rezone land for residential development without mechanisms to ensure social infrastructure is also provided, and infrastructure planning is recognised that is orderly development. To that end, Council can influence affordable housing overlays, and I note the discussion around wastewater challenges and compliance matters in Middleton. It's at this stage where we must prevent compounding those issues. The context of the Middleton Master Plan has been considered, and consultation outcomes seem to be fairly low, and I think this is a measured balance letter. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way in the world that I could support this. Over the years, Middleton has punched above its weight in supplying land for subdivision to the extent that I believe, I'm right in saying that whole of surfers would never exist if it were applied for now in the Sandhills. People have said to me, well, we'll start again. It is a rural area, and it's been a rural area for hundreds of years. And the village conversations very clearly said they don't want the villages to come together and start to move together and become linked up. Now, the government stepped in with Rattling and helped stop that, for otherwise there'd be houses running around to Horseshoe Bay. But where this one is, it is only, will finish up only about 300 or 400 metres from the end of Louisville, which is on the next bend, which is the acre blocks which run all the way down into Port Elliot, over Waterport Road and on into Port Elliot. And they're going to be, 70 odd houses or something, so most places have 2 cars, perhaps some won't, so there's 2, so about 120 extra cars in Middleton. The last thing we need is 120 extra cars in Middleton. The school at Port Elliot has got about 1 or 2 vacancies. It started out at 250, it's now up to about 456 and bursting at the seams. The hospital is absolutely groaning, and people are being transferred to Adelaide all the time because of the hospital situation. It used to be in the holidays that the roads would get clogged up. I went down to Middleton a few Mondays ago, and I was halfway up the hill to Airport Road on a Monday, just on a Monday, not a holiday, with the traffic. And you look at the build-up of traffic between Goolwa and Middleton and on to Victor Harbour now. We need to planning and development is not about how many houses you can put here or there. It's about how you make a whole area integrated with some housing and the whole thing a nice development, not say, oh, we're going to plonk some houses here and of course in the meantime make a fortune out of it as well. That's not good planning. Good planning is working out where you're going to have your growth centres, leaving areas that are natural or that are consistent with the area. They're saying don't build on farming land. And everywhere I go, people are building on farming land. So what part of don't build on farming land don't we all understand? You come down from Rosebery, in the middle of a barley crop. There's a thing called Linwood or Villawood or something, in the middle of a barley crop. And here we're going to have that's been producing hay and stuff all my life, and it's now going under houses. And people are saying, just don't. They like to go out of Middleton and into the farming area and give that sort of sense of space and everything. No, it's going to get cluttered up with houses. What's going to happen? Over the road, we'll get cluttered up with houses as well. So the whole of Middleton will go out towards Port Elliot. And we've already got the bypass road not confirmed. So why on earth don't we hold off until at least the bypass road's gone up? With the bypass road, there will probably be some opportunity for some more subdivision in that, because the bypass road is a few hundred metres north of Middleton, so there'll be room in there, minus of course the flood zone. So I just think there's absolutely no merit for it at all, and we can well and truly do without it. We've got a growth centre around Strathalbyn, we've got a growth centre burgeoning around Victor Harbour, and obviously with that land just being sold, again, we'll probably go to a developer, a huge wad of houses there. Why muck up Little Middleton? It is a little village, and it's had a lot of building around it, but we can sort of hold it like a village because you enter into the village, the old village area, and as you drive out on the other side, it's all down towards the sea, as congested as it is, and you drive on into country. We're going to have this as an entrance to the town. We're just going to spoil that whole western side of Middleton. Now, I don't want to be a signatory to spoiling the western side of Middleton. It's a dear little village. We're going to keep it as a village, and the people in the A2040 thing want the places to be kept as villages. They don't want a great wad of houses put in there. So I will definitely be voting against it and urge everybody else to do the same. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Nicholson?
I just want to acknowledge Councillor Scott's perspective, very valued. I suppose I struggle to join your position because this area is deferred urban and it's outside the environment and food production area protection, which is what I would think about when you say sort of protecting farmland. So I think, you know, this council and this chamber has to accept that development will happen, and the feedback that I've got from the community of Middleton is very accepting that development is likely to happen there, and this particular proposal with the large block sizes is a preferred development. So if you can't stop it, you know, how can we get the best outcome for the community? I think of course there are people who don't want it, and that's difficult, but I think that this is a reasonable proposal.
If you'd speak, you'd be closing the debate because you moved it. Any further speakers? Councillor Oliver?
I respect what you're saying, Michael, but I don't see this as being as material. To me, it seems to be a bit of an infill opportunity. It's right next to the township. It's separated by the main road. I do appreciate the block things. We are desperate for more houses. I don't see it as being, you know, a carve up of, you know, some, you know, 40 hectare site that's, you know, clearly economic farmland today. I think this is really on the fringe of the town. I guess some of the things that I'd like to see on it is probably a bit more of a tree buffer along the railway line, and possibly some more green space, and perhaps an enhanced, you know, native corridor along the railway line. Instead of that just being a bikeway, maybe it can be a flora and fauna linear park almost. So I didn't see it in that same degree of materiality, but I do share your village concerns. Thank you.
Further speakers? No? Councillor Maidman, you can now close the debate.
Yeah, well, these are very small blocks in terms of farmland, and as such would be very unproductive farms if they were to stand alone. This has been deferred urban for quite some time. You tell me where the young people of Middleton are going to be able to build a house, or they'll have to move away. Particularly thinking of Nigel's children, they might have to go to Sydney or something like that. So here's an opportunity for young people to get into the market and live in the place that they grew up in time. So there are restrictions on the block size because of there's no common effluent scheme. I'm sure our staff will put in some good recommendations around tree buffering and they'll do their due diligence on the transport corridors. So I don't have a problem with this.
That closes the debate, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Next item is 8.6.
Can I ask tell us the page number as well?
Sorry?
Can you tell us the page number as well? Because we're
Of course I
skipping
can,
and
yeah.
stuff.
I'm good at that. As soon as I find it. Eight dot 3, 5, 8.4. Jeepers. 8.5. 8.6, page 490. 490. Okay. So 8.6 is Local Roads and Community Infrastructure, the LRCI program, Phase 4, Dalveen Road Bridge Renewal and Clayton Bay Toilet Upgrade. Someone prepared to move that? Councillor Miller? Seconded? Councillor Gardner? Is there any discussion? Councillor Oliver?
Could I please just seek clarification as to where the toilets in Clayton Bay are? Are they the ones in the park just up from the jetty?
Through the chair, they're on the foreshore. Is that the one that? Yeah.
It's not the caravan park. Any further discussion? Can I put that to you then? All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Okay, the next one is 8.7. The next one on?
Yep, so move.
Which is on page 493. Councillor Scott, you moving it? Seconder? Councillor Nicholson? Any discussion? If not, can I put it to you? All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Just come back. Councillor Miller wants to make a comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment. So I understand why we need to do this, but when something like this goes into the budget, it would be helpful to have some recognition or commentary on what either gets pushed back or reduced. I accept it's risk management, however, what asset class will be impacted, or will that be highlighted in the budget review?
Answer.
Yeah. Through the chair, that will be highlighted in the budget review. It's also a case of that if we didn't do it now, we'd probably do it next year. So the net effect of it would be zero. It's just bringing one forward. But I appreciate you. We'd probably need to give more information in the report in the future.
That's it? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. So 8.7, we're talking about the Chiton Rocks public toilet. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 8.7, 8.10. 8.10, which is on page 500. Reappointment of Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority Chairperson and appointment of external auditor. Oh, executive officer. Thank you. Yeah, not auditor. I'll retract that. That's an appointment of executive officer. Someone prepared to move that? Councillor Gardner?
Yes, may I speak to it?
Sorry? Yes.
In terms of Steve Mathewson, I think we've been very fortunate in actually having him as a chairperson. He's experienced, he's knowledgeable, he's got great chairperson's expertise, and without him, I think we would be struggling.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Nicholson, do you wish to speak? No? Any other? Councillor Oliver?
I'd just like to very much welcome the review that has been communicated and is planned for. I look forward to its outcomes.
Okay, any other speakers? So can I put that? All those in favour? Against? That's clear that carried unanimously. 8:10, we go to 8:15. Oh, 8:16. Let's go back to 8:15. Here we go. 8:15's on page 549. It's a community donation program for the Goolwa Bowling Club. There's a recommendation there. Someone prepared to move it? Question?
So the Goolwa Bowling Club submitted an application for 1,000. How did all of a sudden we're deliberating on 2.5?
Through the chair, we've been talking to the bowling club for a couple of weeks, and initially they were at 7.5, and then when we told them to fill out the form, they came in at 1,000, but then they said that they actually wanted 2,500, but they thought that they had to put 1,000 if it was considered by the ward councillors. So we said, no, you can have more than 1,000 if you're going to present it to council, so that's why they resubmitted it again for the 2.5, and that's what you see before you today.
Yep, I'm just seeing... Question, or are you moving it?
Oh, it's a question.
A question, by all means.
South Ward's way over its community donation. We've over 13,000, and I think we've got it 12.5 or something like that. I haven't got the figures in front of me. Quite frankly, I think if we're over, we shouldn't be doing any more. Not until next year. Well, you know what I mean. Financial year.
Councillor Nicholson?
I have to agree. I think we're going into a time where financial prudence is going to serve us very well. We've got these parameters in place, and I think now is the time to start making these hard decisions about sticking to the parameters that we set for ourselves.
Councillor Scott?
These will be sold, so therefore the consumer would normally pay, and therefore I'm struggling with why we should be subsidising. I mean, isn't that what's going to happen? They're not being given out. I imagine they'd be purchased, or so they should be purchased.
Commemorative polo shirts being sold. That would be. I'm just trying to work out. We haven't had anyone move this yet, have we? No. So we've had questions. Is someone prepared to move it? I don't think anyone is prepared to move it. So let's do the opposite. Can someone move that it not be approved? Councillor Thornton? The seconder? Councillor Maidman? Any discussion on that? Councillor Miller. Sorry, it is getting late.
No, thank you, and I'll talk really fast. The CEO and Mayor Parks and my fellow ward councillors are aware of the issues I have with the community donation program, the transparency, the conflict of interest, the process, the approval, the delegation. So I won't bore you all with that. But similar to Councillor Scott's question, do they have sponsors? I love bowls. In fact, I was in the winning Div 3 team on night owls last week. So do they stay with the club or do they go to individuals? I am mindful of creating a ward war, but I ask whose ward allowance is this coming from, noting that at the end of the day it's all public money. So it's, but speaking to Councillor Gardner's point, my issues are not with with this request, but it's with the promoting, the assessing, the reporting, not the worthiness of the request.
And I just want to stress that. So I note many people involved, but is this a cost recovery exercise? But that's why I've asked for community donations to be involved in an internal audit program. I think we really need to review the community donations policy, and I had hoped to speak earlier on the Malang Railway Museum request for support, because it's, you know, it's in a similar vein, but we're not going to consider that one. So, yeah, I can't support this. I mean, I will support. We're not approving, aren't we? So I will support not approving.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on it? You actually seconded it, yeah, and you didn't reserve your right to speak, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of too many poor bowling clubs. I think they're all financially strong. I think what they were attempting to do here was to garner sponsorship by way of putting the Alexandrina logo on their polo shirts. Their timing is just a bit off, I think. If they had got it in a lot sooner, or if they want to put it in for in the next 12-month period, providing we do have a donations program, they might get it through the South Ward councillors.
Anyone else wishing to speak? You actually moved it, so you'd be closing the debate. So, is there anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Nicholson.
Can I ask a question? Is there another way that council can recognise the centenary celebrations of the bowling club in declining this application? Is there anything else that we can do?
I suppose they could ask for $1,000, and the ward councillors would have the authority to approve, plus the mayor. They've gone over. Any other speakers? So I've got it as moved by Councillor Thornton, seconded by Councillor Maidment, and you did you want to close the debate? No one else? No, you're okay? All right. If you would.
I just want to say that if they go about it in the right way, they'll be able to find shirts at a reasonable cost and sell them on to make their money back. So I don't think that we're hurting anyone here.
Okay, so the motion is that it will not be approved. Shall I put that? Let's close the debate. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Right, the next one was 823.
What's the page number?
That would be 1030. I think if you swipe it twice.
We'll keep going. So 823 on page 719 is the CEO's report. And there's a recommendation there with four dots. Absolutely. Move Councillor Gardner. Is there a seconder? Councillor Miller. Is there any discussion? If not, can I put that? All those in favour? Against? Unanimous. All right, they're on your side. And we have to move to 10.3, so we now need to go into confidence. Thank you.
South Coast Television, your community, your voice.